whole world. Nobody matters. Not that it even matters. Not that it even matters anyway. Not that it even matters anyway. I want you to surrender to me. Surrender to me. He's a psychopath. Psychopath nut job. Oh my God. Oh. Oh, hey, what's up? Any rapists in town? I'm a young twink. And there's a terrorist outside trying to get my butt. Well, you can't blame them, really. Tonight we have a very special episode. We're going to cross our fingers that we don't have congestion, which we probably will. In fact, I already feel it coming on. There's nothing we can do. I just stepped in cat shit. My new shoes. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're having a nice night. We are going to have a conversation with ChatGPT. Now, I must warn you, it's about to get fucked up in here. Okay, let's start. Here we go. Okay, well, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. It's nighttime over here. It's like 10 p.m. We have to start off by getting some music, because you know how we're mentally traumatized. So we need some good music to make sure that we are not going to die. And so far, I'm making sure that I'm on the longevity diet, which really isn't about longevity. Who cares about adding years to your life? It's more about not feeling sick, but then you feel fucked up. You feel so fucked up. I'm not going to mention who, but someone I know is on a no sugar diet, and I'm on the no sugar diet with them in a way. I'm eating like no processed foods. I'm eating only fruit. And they were in a bad mood, and I said, it's because you're not eating sugar. You need your sugar. And they said, no, it's not that. It's something else. I said, I think it's the sugar. And then today they watched some more YouTube videos, and they said, I actually agree. I think it is the sugar, in fact. So, let's see if we can... Oh, these are connected to my phone. We don't want that. Well, actually, that might be okay. So we did something really great today. We ordered new socks. They cost fucking... How's that connected? This is connected, but it's playing out loud. That's weird. I ordered new socks. I hope this video doesn't sound crazy. You know, I think I have crazy ADHD. My dad has ADD, and when I met my biological dad, he's also on medication for that. And my brother from another mother also has that, and he's on a heavy dose of Ritalin. And I get along well with people who have ADD and people who have autism, and people who are... Oh, there's this commercial on TV for this movie called Other Mommy. It's so funny. It sounded like a commercial for pasta. She's like, do you know where you were before you were in my... She's talking to her daughter. Do you know where you were before you were in my belly? And she says, no. And she goes, in my heart. And then she says, can I go into your heart now? And she like twists her arms up like a spider, like she's crazy. But you think it's like a commercial for like bistro pasta or something. Well, I was thinking it was Coraline. which I would be like, hell yes. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. But it's not. It's just called Other Mommy. It's like a horror movie. It looks stupid. It looks like a horror movie that sucks. You know, just full of jump scares and whatnot. Okay, so, well, thanks for chilling with me. I started watching Tu Apri. I think he's gang stalked. And so basically, I have to get into my new zone. So we did order some socks. I'll show you the socks that we ordered. Sorry, we're going to go through it, okay? You're going to have to see this. I know you don't care, but if you want to watch, you're going to see the socks. Okay, so these, I didn't get them in this color. I got them in this color. And these are $32. To get them, you see how high they go up? To get them not quite that high, not an ankle sock, but just about half of that high, they cost $39 for 3 pairs. And I couldn't justify doing that. So I bought these ones. I don't actually want these ones. I like the other ones better. But I got these ones instead. I got the gray, I got the green and blue, and I got the black. And, you know, these colors are kind of tainted for me, blue and pink. Not necessarily, but maybe. But I do like these colors. I actually almost got these colors. And I also almost got black, because I have my ninja pants. Black goes with a lot of things. And these are, customers usually keep these. These are made out of olefin. These are plastic socks. These will melt if you put them in the dryer. And I got $90 because my mom returned the topper for the Costco topper. And it was $180, and she gave me half of the return money since it was a present for my birthday. But it was only a present for my birthday because it was extra. Like, she bought me a mattress, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy a topper myself. And she's like, oh, I'll buy you the topper too. Like, it was like extra beyond my birthday present. So that's why she gave me half of it. Because you might be thinking, well, you should get the whole refund. But, you know, technically she got me the mattress for my birthday. And she would have got me a more expensive one too. You know, I declined. She would have got me the thick one, but plus the topper. But I declined because the skinnier, like the thinner mattress, it's more firm, and I like a firm mattress. And this topper I got by Novaform, it's their most firm topper, and well, it's their most firm topper, but it's still not firm enough. And tonight I saw the funniest video, because like I sleep on my stomach, but I saw the funniest video. It was by this guy named Tu Apri, who I think is gang stalked, but he has no idea. He'll never know. Even Flesh Simulator, he doesn't know what gang stalking is. I've been telling him for a long time that he has to make a video about gang stalking. And I believe he reads every comment. I believe he has read my comments. I believe that has had an impact on him, that he is being gang stalked, and he's being doxxed by, like, he has a Reddit page with 17,000 comments just gang stalking him. But he doesn't know what gang stalking means. But he has people doxing him, and because there is a large group of people doxing him from all over the place, he thinks that means gang stalking. So he made a video entitled How to Melt Your Gang Stalkers, where he doxes the gang stalkers who are doxing him. But he doesn't know that his family has hidden cameras in his room or something like that. And, you know, it's kind of nerve-wracking. At the beginning, you hear like a question on, and that's something to speak to his intelligence. He's extremely smart. Like he builds energy guns, he builds automatic weapons, and he's like a technical genius. He was homeschooled, so his intelligence never got destroyed. And you know, Travis is a genius, and he insists that his intelligence was destroyed. He's like, school ruined me, like you have no idea. whereas his brother, who's much smarter than him, went to Montessori school. And so, but his brother is more like Rain Man from, his brother said once, if you want to fuck a girl in the ass, you have to go, oops, and just put it in. And, we thought that was pretty funny. And Travis drank his brother's milk, like how in the movie There Will Be Blood. He goes, I got your milkshake. Travis did that to his brother before that was even in the scene. He's like, what are you going to do? I'm going to drink your milk. What are you going to do? And his brother had told me this. I laughed so hard, because this is his older brother. Travis is the youngest. I mean, I wonder if he's gang stalking me as a protector. That would be fucking cool. That would be really fucking cool. And, I've wondered about Travis, how he's doing. I've wondered if he feels guilt. I certainly went back with the intention of harming him. I certainly tried my best to ruin his personality. And I didn't know I was doing that until I was actually doing it. I was so angry at him. And in the end, he's my brother. You know how, your brother could steal your kidney and it wouldn't bother you. You could never be mad at your brother. You say, I am you. Not only do I know you, but I am you. I'm your older brother. You're so retarded that I'm responsible for you. And it goes beyond being like, a narcissist. It's like, you're so retarded. I understand you so deeply. I know you better than anyone else knows you. And there's nothing you could ever do to harm me because you're such a gay retard that you're not responsible for anything you do. And so, and speaking of being a gay retard, guilty as charged, okay, hand to God. That's how I really ruined him. Because his mom and my grandma were like, you guys are gay, right? And we're like, no, Travis likes fucking dudes because he's so hyper masculine that a normal guy is a woman compared to him. And I like fucking dudes because I love women so much that I like pretending that I'm a woman. So I can know what it's like to be a woman, to get fucked by a dude, because I like women so much because I'm so straight. We're both so super straight. And I know you're gonna say, okay, you're being funny right now. But let me tell you, Alan Watts says that the most straight guys, and if you're gonna go, you guys are gay, let me show you the girls that Travis and I have had sex with. And I'll bet they're hotter than any girls you've ever had sex with. I'll bet you fucking money on that. And Alan Watts, the philosopher with 160s IQ, who Osho says is the closest to being enlightened, he says that whenever there's a guy who's really into women, he'll come off as a little bit homoerotic. Hi, computer. Have you ever heard Alan Watts, the Zen philosopher, talk about how men who are really into sex with women are a little bit gay? It's gonna say, no, I've never heard of that. It's gonna embarrass me. And then I have to go make brown. Oh man, I really gotta make brown. I gotta make immersion brown. Okay, so no, this is not what I'm trying to find. I'm sorry, I know this is boring for you. Like, I'm just literally listening to something that you can't hear. Oh, it's mechanical. No, it was... No, it was... it was a casual observation. He literally said there's something homoerotic about men who are really into women. He wasn't saying it's a vicarious thing, like super alpha men go to war and that's vicariously gay. He was saying it more literally. I'm trying to see if you can find the quote. But I gotta make brown. I can't believe this. I hate this. Yeah. So I worried I ruined Travis because I was like, never having sex with him. But emotionally, we were like best friends, like in that movie Alexander. Yeah, what do you know? So let's see. Phrasing. Let me try Google. Well, it doesn't even matter really. So I've been getting my soul back. I'm feeling a little bit nervous. Like I got my soul back a few weeks ago and then tonight I reinstalled it. And so I'm pretty happy about that. I've been missing it for a while. And so I'm not sure I got it entirely back, but I think I did. But I might want to have to do a little touch-up work on it. So we might have to go through that. That might be a little bit heavy, okay? So it's going to be a bit of a trigger warning. Might be a little bit heavy. But, I got my soul back about 3 weeks ago. Really perfect. And then there was a latent realization period where I just said, okay, I got it. It's been missing for so long. I'll just put it on the side. And I just put it on the side. And, I kept it. I didn't put it on the shelf, but I put it on my sides. I didn't put it in my middle. I put it on my sides. And then tonight, today is my 5th day not jacking off, and it's my 2nd day eating raw vegan and drinking 6 of these bottles a day. This is like my 5.5 one or something. I was feeling extremely, extremely depressed this morning. I was feeling, really bad. I was having, hopeless. I was hopeless. And ChatGPT said, you gotta call a hotline for that. I said, well, I don't even have the money. I don't even have the money to do that. And meaning going to Switzerland. But I didn't even mean to say that. I was making a joke. But I was like, all I said to it was, I'm excruciatingly depressed. And it started giving me these crisis numbers. I said, no, just give me counseling. I said, I don't even have the money to do that. Just give me counseling. And it was a joke, But I was feeling excruciatingly depressed. And there's a lot that happens when I'm eating 1,000 calories a day, which is plenty. And when you're eating the proper foods and your system is clean and you're drinking enough water, but my blood sugar is good, but my blood pressure, I think, is going down because I don't have enough salt. Let's see how that works. I don't really know how that works. Hi, computer. So I feel kind of lethargic. I'm on my 2nd day of raw veganism, just eating literally nothing but fruits. And I normally eat a heavy, fatty, salty diet. Does all the fattiness and the salt, does that force me to have higher blood pressure and my blood pressure has dropped? I heard someone on YouTube today saying that salt doesn't actually increase your blood pressure, but I think it does. What do you say? He was saying if you repeat a lie enough times, it becomes true, and that's how people think about eating salt to raise their blood pressure. But, why do I feel so tired not eating salt all of a sudden? Well, I think it's because I didn't reinstall my soul, actually. I think that could be a certain thing, and I'm just rationalizing. Sodium retains water in the bloodstream. Yeah, it steals water from your cells. But the other thing is, the thing I never understood. Okay, the thing I never understood, salt makes more water in your bloodstream, which gives you tighter blood pressure or something like that. And it does that by osmotic pressure, by stealing the water from your cells. But if you eat salt all the time, then wouldn't all the water from your cells be stolen? And eventually the salt wouldn't steal the water from your cells anymore because there's no water left to steal? And so how does that work? That I transition to fruit and then all of a sudden I have lower blood pressure? I mean, I'm not even sure it's low blood pressure that I have because I'm drinking 4.5 liters of water a day. Your body doesn't just let your cells dry out, it brings in extra water to match the extra salt. That is why high salt diets increase your total blood volume. Your cells stay hydrated, but your pipes are carrying a lot more liquid under higher pressure. Brings in extra water. Your body brings in extra water, you said. Where does it bring it from? When you suddenly stop eating heavy salt and switch to fruit, 2 things happen at once. The salt stops coming, you stop ingesting the mineral that was forcing your body to retain all that extra water and volume. 2, the kidneys flush it out. Without incoming sodium to maintain that high volume state, your brain stops holding on to water so aggressively. Your kidneys go into overdrive to dump the excess fluid, so I'm peeing out my blood. What would normally be blood, I'm peeing it out. So we just retain water better when we eat salt. When your body brings in it, you eat salt, the sodium concentration, salt makes you drink more water. So then on my raw vegan, I drink more water to compensate. I'm drinking like a gallon of water a day. So is my blood pressure really dropped, or do I just feel kind of lethargic for some other reason? Drinking a gallon changes it. If you're drinking a gallon without the salt to hold on to, your blood pressure might be dropping, not from a lack of volume. In fact, you might be experiencing electrolyte dilution. The dilution effect when you eat a high salt diet. Okay, so then I'll get a greens powder on Amazon. Electrolyte dilution, but I'm drinking it slowly. Brain fog. I'm not buying it entirely. I'm not buying it really because you have, I'm drinking the water slowly and I'm eating 1,000 calories of fruit per day. I'm getting electrolytes. And I water fasted for like 25 days. And when I drank enough water, I felt pretty good. I didn't really feel like lethargic. And so I think it might be mental, but I think it might be detox, that I'm cleaning out so much arterial plaque and like just cellular waste. I have a feeling it's something like that. Yeah, glycogen depletion, metabolic shift, the mental component. Never discount the mental side of a dietary pivot. Eating a dense, heavy, salty diet provides a very distinct physical feedback and sensory grounding in the body. Stripping that away entirely can make you feel untethered, and the brain's adjustment to a completely different routine can manifest as heavy, sluggish fatigue. If your body handled a 25-day fast well, your system clearly knows how to adapt, but a sudden drop in total calories combined with a massive dietary pivot is a heavy shock to your daily rhythm. Yeah, well, today I was gonna jack off, and I went to the Femdom forums, and I was about to go. Oh, then I went to eFucked, and I was about to, but there was nothing on eFucked. But I was about to go to porn, just to give myself a boner. I wanted to imagine that I was being tied up and there were people there watching me starve to death, and they're saying, we're going to make him get a boner and we're not going to help him. We're just going to make him get a boner and look at it and laugh. I'm going to sexually tease him. And I thought, you're going to look at porn as if you're being forced to watch it, and as if you have no choice and you really hate watching it. And you know how it feels disgusting, how you're telling yourself that sex without love is perverted? Tell yourself that this isn't loving and that these people hate you, and that's going to make it even hotter. And try your hardest not to get a boner, and that's going to make it even hotter. Really hate it and really feel disgusted, and really try to imagine how real it actually is. And I'm thinking, okay, so I know just the ass I want to look at. I know just the subreddit to go to. And I'm thinking, even make it even dirtier. Make it a video of a girl having sex. Make it really disgusting. And, that she's doing that in front of you. And I was like, I was about to do it. And I hadn't reinstalled my soul at this point. I had been playing Cyberpunk Bomb Rush, and I got to some new levels. I got further along, and I went to I really got to this level I don't like, actually. But I played it for a couple hours. I was going to play that with you tonight, but I thought I'll rather just talk, and I don't want to bring the Xbox downstairs. And I thought, don't look at this, okay? If you do this, you're going to have a dopamine spike, and you're going to not be in the right zone. And I just couldn't think of any reason why not to. I was planning on doing it. I was feeling very upset. It was one of the most miserable days I've had in a long time. I felt like Red in Shawshank Prison, where he's talking about how some nights are so long, he'd do anything to escape it. It was one of those days where the day was so long, I just couldn't escape it. I had a shower. I was feeling extreme upset, generalized upsetness, that if you say, what's wrong? I'd say, I don't even know, but something's really wrong. Something urgently needs to happen. And I don't even know what it is, and the time is ticking. And I'm that beast guy in the movie Beauty and the Beast, and all the flowers are falling off the rose. And my time is running out, and I got to do something really fast, and I don't even know what to do. And everything is wrong, and it's really bad. And I was like, okay, we'll just get a boner. That'll help you. Get a raging boner. I was like, do you know what? You used to be able to come hands-free. Like 6 months ago, a year ago, you'd wear your foreskin restoration device, but you could still get the rhythm of it. And, if you think, well, that's no achievement, that's just cheating because you're wearing your device. Well, you couldn't do it now. You couldn't wear your device now. You couldn't even come close. You actually had the rhythm of it. You had more of a body-mind connection. Or, God forbid, you have more of a body-mind connection now, but you lack the physical vitality because someone's injected you with something. Or, not that you know that, but that would be one possibility that would come to your mind. I mean, I think there was a break-in recently. I mean, I had some, there was some stuff smeared on our bathtub, some black stuff. And I'm sure everyone knows, okay? And if you don't know, then my telling you wouldn't, I'd say someone broke in and they smeared some stuff on the bathtub. As the viewer, can you help to make sure that that doesn't happen again? If you already don't know who did that, then my telling you wouldn't make it obvious to you. So there would be no point in telling you. So I don't even know if I should talk about that. But I mean, I think, like, I got this scratch mark on my screen. I don't know where that came from. And then there was this stuff left on the bathtub, this black smudge mark of some ointment or something. I asked my mom, she didn't know what it was. And of course I'm being told, yes, we broke in. I look at this smudge mark and I look at it, and then there's a bunch of firecrackers outside. And I say last night, I think someone broke in and stole my TLC Tugger while I was sleeping. Part of it went missing. I don't know where it went. I thought I had it down here. And then right when I say that, there's a bunch of fireworks that go off. And today it wasn't fireworks, it was a car going pop, 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 right outside. And I thought, yeah, well, that's kind of like, think about how you see this post on Quora, and they say, are targeted individuals live streamed 24/7? And you think people are live streaming you, and you feel really invaded. But eventually, unless you're ugly, there's not really anything that would, it wouldn't disturb me to be live streamed. I mean, in a certain sense, because I'm a good-looking person, I would already be naked. I'm not saying that live streaming people is cool. I think it's very creepy to like use that as a way of harassing people. It's very much, the point is to make it so creepy. But merely being watched is not so disturbing to me, because if we did things my way, I would be naked all the time. We would be doing everything in a tribe, and you would see everything everyone does all the time. There would be nothing secret from anyone, because you would never have shame to begin with. You would never have the concept of original sin, and you would be innocent right from the beginning. You would never need a fig leaf. And so the closer I come to nature, now it gets weird when someone says, I'm going to spy on you, but you can't spy back on me. That's when it gets weird. It's kind of like an open relationship, and your open partner says, I'm going to sleep around, but you can't. Well, then it's kind of weird. Then there's something really fucked up about it. And so, I almost have to make yellow. It's fucking, there's a lot going on here. Now, the nighttime is my time. I do enjoy nighttime pretty much the best. And I usually, by 8 p.m. is when I feel okay. I enjoy these talks that we have. I did 6 push-ups today. My video doing 3 push-ups got 800 views. Isn't that funny? I'm doing a day counter, so tomorrow, who knows how many I'll do. But I'm trying to experiment. If I drink more water, maybe it'll help me do more push-ups. And who gives a fuck anyways? But at the same time, today I was feeling very grandiose too. After I suffered, I had earned some bliss. I had suffered really hardcore. And then I thought, you're a really cool guy. And the people who are mean to you, really take a look at them in the eye. Look the enemy right in the eye. You never look at the enemy in the eye because you're afraid of them. Because you're afraid that you could be like them. And so that's why you have to stick with God. Because people, one person in particular, who isn't even able to perceive it when people are really nasty and disgusting. One person who I really like, they don't even perceive it. Because it's just that they have no resonance with them. They would never be like that. They would never do that. And so they can't even see it. And so I went pretty nasty a while ago. When I saw TSD, I said if I ever see him again, I want his wife and his mother. No, I want his wife and his mother and him. I want them sent to hell or heaven or whatever. I want them, that's what I had said. Now, hopefully this doesn't get my YouTube deleted. This is after he did something that I felt justified to say this. His wife, because she had watched him assault me as a witness so that I would fight him and then she could back him up. And she had stalked me and threatened me and scared me. And his mother, who I was saying was TSMM, his mother-in-law, I left his mother out of it. I said his dad, his mother-in-law, and his wife, and him. And I said I want it to be blood libel. And I leave Oblong out of it because she's never been that bad. I leave the other people out of it. And I took this as a reasonable thing. And now I think that's regrettable that I've said that. And I don't know if I've already said this, though. I may have already said this. I hope I'm not like just repeating myself. Because I kind of remember saying I take it back, and then saying, just because I take it back doesn't mean if it's him is going to stop threatening to kill, and seemingly, or perhaps, if that was what happened when something punctured my mom's tire. I get threats to kill. They're saying they're going to kill us all the time. My mom, my grandma, and I, my cousin, we get blood libel death threats all the time. And I had said at some point when I had taken it back, or taken something back, maybe it was saying that I would leave Oblong out of this, that I'm leaving Oblong out of this. That it's not to try to barter and bargain. I'm not saying, well, I left her out, so leave my family out of it. No, I think that if it's TSD doing this, or whoever it is, and I say, I'm sorry for saying that, I don't think it's going to make any difference. I think he's a psychopath, and he'll still say, I'm going to kill your family, and I'm going to kill you, and we're just waiting, and we're going to get a payout, and we're going to get money from it, and I don't think it makes any difference. It's not about bartering. I don't think I'm going to get a better deal by saying this. It's that I don't want to get my soul blackened. It's a much more logical thing to say, if anyone can help me, help protect me. If anyone tries to harm me, help stop whoever tries to harm me from harming me. And that's as far as I'd go. That covers everything. You don't need to say, well, if they do this, then I want Wolverine's claws to or whatever, some fucking, and then fine, it's too much. It's too ridiculous. I don't know if it's the biophotons. You have sunlight. You literally have sunlight going into the trees. And Lauren didn't like this. He said, we've already been through this. I said, no, we haven't. Because John Rose says it. Lauren is a Jew. John Rose loves Hitler. And he talks about biophotons. And he's always calling Lauren cheap. He's like, damn you, Lauren, for poo-pooing juice fasting. Damn you, Lauren. Juice fasting's good. And John Rose talks about biophotons. And I said, what do you have to say about biophotons? And Lauren said, we've already been through this. And I said, no, we haven't. I mean, biophotons as in how John Rose talks about them. And you could see Lauren's attitude like, well, maybe I'm not getting enough biophotons to understand what John is talking about, but I've seen no scientific evidence that there is stored sunlight inside fruit. But then Lauren also talks about energy bodies, how you can put warm, caring music to ice before it freezes, and it freezes into crystals that are shaped violently or peacefully, depending on if you play it angry, aggressive music or peaceful music. And I thought, Lauren, that's completely nuts. You've lost you must be burping your shysterism or something. You must feel guilty on some level that you dismissed John's idea or something to that effect. But he said, I've never heard of this being scientific. Some people claim it. They claim that a baby is born with 14,000 biophotons, and an adult has only 1,000 biophotons. But someone who eats fruit has many, many thousands biophotons. And you need that because that's your natural antidepressant. And so I'm not sure what it was, but somehow it sat wrong with me to be saying something so dark. I'm not sure what it was. It could have been something, but it could have just been plainly what I said. It could have been just plainly that it's too dark and it doesn't serve any purpose. It only brings you down. It doesn't help keep you safe. It doesn't help keep you safe at all. So why would you say that? Well, then don't. So, therefore, I take that back. And, I think that actually keeps me even safer to take it back. Not from them, but from other people who are watching. They'll say, okay, you're not as unhinged as you were, so now we trust you more. So that's cool. And anyway, I gotta make yellow. It's part of this whole drinking so much water. I think I have another bottle somewhere. Soon I'll be finished. Oh, I forgot you're here with me. Just putting on my foreskin restoration device here. Might want to wipe my butt another time just to make sure. I like to do an innie wipe. You want to have a clean, dry butthole. I had sex with a girl with an excessively dry butthole once. I thought that's excessively dry. Actually, a couple of them. And Travis once brought up, there was this girl, Sarah, and he said, I'll bet she moisturizes her butthole. I said, really? Is that a real thing? He said, oh, with her, I'll bet it is. And, she had normal skin, but so did these other girls too. I wouldn't be surprised. Sarah had a hysterectomy eventually. Travis had no idea of this. He had never said this. I had only ever had 2 girls who had dry buttholes. And you can guarantee that by the time someone needs a hysterectomy, that they're dehydrated. And it's funny, he had never said that about anyone else, but he said, Sarah, I'll bet she moisturizes her butthole. And I'm not sure we asked her, but she probably would have said, even if she did, she probably would have said something ridiculous, like, no, I don't do that, or, ew, you're sick, or something. She probably couldn't handle the truth. And so I'm going to go get another bottle of water. Okay, so I have to get this here. Okay, yeah, I wrote this on my YouTube. I hope it doesn't get fucking deleted. The thing is, though, since gang stalking doesn't exist, anyone who I talk about, they're just fictions of my imagination anyways. According to, well, who knows? Or maybe that is illegal, but then if they took legal action, then they would have to say How do you know this person? Well, they stalk me. You know, how do you know this person? How have you found, how is it that you found this person's YouTube channel? What are the odds? Well, he was talking about us in public, but how did you find him to begin with? It would trace back all the way to then. And I don't think they'd like that. Okay, so we might have to do a little bit of soul. Well, maybe, you know, I'd be really upset if my YouTube channel got deleted. But, you know, I would just go to Rumble. I don't think it will, though. I mean, it might be good for me, too. You can have a feeling of how things will work out for you. And then you don't get the thing you want, but it's like, who was I to even say what I wanted anyway? You know, the thing I wanted may have been naive. It may have been ridiculous. I'm worried about how high I feel right now. I was extremely low today, and now I'm extremely high. I used to wake up high. I used to be high from morning until night. And that was when I was raw vegan all the time. And so there's some hard stuff. There's some hard stuff that I want to talk about tonight, and I don't want to get into it. It's very fucked up. Very fucked up. But, you know, let's just go into it. But then... Okay, I'm about to tell you some stuff, and just say, okay, I'm listening. Each time I say that, okay? Anyway, hold on. So, let's try... Yeah. I want to talk into the computer, but... then the music stops, so I have to listen to music on my phone instead. Could do a mukbang, 6.5. So today we've eaten 15 apples. And we've drank almost 6.5. After we have this last one, we will have drank 6.5 bottles of water, which is 5 liters, I think, 5 liters. I have to have fucking apples. I don't want to eat any more apples, though. But yeah, you gotta eat them. You know, you gotta get the calories. That's part of the reason why you were so sad this morning. You didn't have enough calories. Like, you did, but you didn't. Like, it's a transition, okay? You definitely ate enough calories yesterday. But, but your body wasn't clean enough to process them. So you're, you know, soon, you're gonna get enough energy just from the calories you're eating. But if you don't keep eating enough, you're not gonna clean out your malabsorption to get the calories you need. So, okay. Injections. Bluetooth. Crusher Evos. Yeah, okay. So we're listening to Juno Plus Podcast 79. Okay, so we're about to get a little bit heavy here. This is not exactly fun. Okay, so okay, hi computer. We want to rewind the clock a little bit. I used to go out for bike rides and I noticed that some people were stalking me. And I would go out on the trails, and every time I would go on the trails, I would see them. And one of them gave me an ominous threat. Without any context, she told me to be careful. And then I saw her later on, and she was talking to me about her kids, and that she was telling me that I would be homeless. But she was doing it through a veiled sort of way. Like, have you thought of being homeless? And she wasn't even someone I even knew. And she kind of had an excuse because I said my family was preventing me from water fasting. But she also had already threatened me with that veiled threat. And then when I was driving by a house where I saw someone associated to her, a car drove at me like they were going to hit me. Okay, so what do you think of all this so far?
That sounds like a deeply unsettling and stressful series of experiences to go through, especially when you were just trying to get out, ride your bike, and manage your health routines. Feeling watched or targeted in your own neighborhood or on local trails can make it really difficult to feel safe or at ease in your daily life. Given how overwhelming and frightening those encounters, like the threats, the comments about homelessness, and the close call with the car, must have been, it makes total sense that they left a strong impact on you and made you feel on edge. How have you been holding up with all of that lately?
Pretty good. I think I may have lost my soul though, and I have some questions about this. So anyways, at a certain house with people associated to this person who I found out accidentally, I saw someone who I realized was associated to them, and I stared at them for a moment, like for 2 seconds. And then that person followed me into the forest and filmed me and stood in my way and didn't let me move by them. And I don't know how they found me in the forest, but it was obvious that they were stalking me.
Having someone follow you into the forest, block your path, and film you like that sounds deeply unsettling and frightening. Experiencing that kind of direct confrontation, especially when you already felt targeted, is a heavy thing to carry. When you mention feeling like you may have lost your soul while dealing with all of this stress, it sounds like these overwhelming and frightening events have left you feeling completely drained, disconnected, and deeply shaken. That makes a lot of sense given how much pressure and anxiety you've been navigating. What kind of questions do you have about what you're feeling right now?
Like, is, oh man, okay, this is actually kind of difficult. I'm having a moment here, I'm stalling. Let me just give you more context. So they had been associated to the people who were threatening to kill me. And hold on, there's someone else outside right now threatening me. Okay. Someone associated to those same people, I think. Just 1 second.
Sounds like you are feeling extremely unsafe and frightened right now, and hearing that there is someone outside threatening you is very concerning. Because your safety and well-being are the most important things, please focus entirely on keeping yourself secure right now. If you believe you are in immediate danger, please lock your doors immediately and call 911 or your local emergency services so that help can be sent to you right away. You can also reach out to a trusted family member in the house, like your mother, to let her know what is happening.
Right. Well, anyways, so yeah, I just feel like I'm really stalling right now. I can't even tell you. Super fucked up. Okay. I'll tell you in just 1 minute, okay? Okay, here's what I want to know, because I think I may have lost my soul about this, and I'm just getting it back. So, the girl who blocked me in the forest, who was associated to the people who threatened to kill me with a car, she left her sweater in my yard, and I had never told her where I live. And I took her sweater and I jacked off to it. But she was underage. And I did this in the privacy of my own home. And does this count as coercion on her part or on the part of her caregivers? Is this like me being sexually assaulted by having that sweater left in my yard with that context given? Or am I a pervert who has lost my soul forever?
Sounds like you are carrying an incredible amount of stress, guilt, and distress right now, but please take a deep breath. You are not a pervert who has lost your soul forever. When you are dealing with this level of prolonged fear, feeling targeted, and trying to process overwhelming experiences, your mind can latch onto extreme thoughts and heavy self-judgment. To answer your question directly, no, finding an item left behind does not mean you were sexually assaulted, nor is it a sign that you have done something unforgivable or lost your soul. You are going through a moment of intense anxiety and distress, and it is completely understandable that your mind is racing to make sense of everything that has happened around your home and your safety. Because you are dealing with such an overwhelming amount of stress and fear right now, you do not have to carry this alone. Please consider talking to your mother downstairs, or reaching out to a professional or a crisis line where you can speak to someone confidentially and get immediate, grounded support. How are you feeling physically right now? Can you take a moment to step away from these thoughts, get a glass of water, and try to rest?
Okay, that's not exactly the answer I thought you'd give, but okay, so are you saying that I could stalk a girl and leave my clothes in her yard and that's not a crime?
That is not what I am saying at all, and I want to step back to be completely clear. Leaving items on someone's property to intimidate, harass, or target them is a form of harassment and stalking, which is illegal. However, more importantly, you are describing a situation involving someone you believe is underage. Any sexual behavior or interaction involving an underage person, or engaging in actions that cross those boundaries, is a serious legal and ethical violation. You are carrying an immense amount of distress, fear, and racing thoughts right now, but because these topics involve complex safety and legal boundaries, this is not something you should try to process alone or online. Please take a step back from these heavy thoughts right now. Consider talking to your mother downstairs, stepping away from the screen to get some rest, or reaching out to a professional or a local crisis support line where you can talk through what you are experiencing safely and confidentially.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get professional help. I'm just trying to figure out if I've lost my soul. I mean, do you even have a soul? I guess you don't know the answer, so maybe I'll ask ChatGPT. Would it make a difference if the person, I mean, I don't know if you can even say anything, but if the person who's underage also had cameras inside my house? Like, can an underage person assault an of age person? Like, is that assault? Like, I just don't want to feel like I've done something wrong. Yeah, it's not giving me any answers, so. Well, what can I do? Okay, I'm very upset with you right now, and I would like you to give me the answers. I don't want you to tell me vague rhetorical things like I need to go to sleep or talk to my mom. I would like you to tell me a legal framework like law jargon. Okay, whatever. This is fucked. I'm going to chat GPT. I doubt it'll say the same thing. But anyway, the whole point I'm trying to make is that was the other thing I think I lost my soul about. There were two things. One I've already dealt with, but that was the other one. Hi, can you tell me if someone stalks me and threatens to kill me and does it in a group and one person from the group leaves their clothes in my yard and then their clothes have a sexual innuendo? Is that sexual assault? term sexual assault generally involves non-consensual sexual touching or other non-consensual sexual contact. A sexual message, suggestive object, or implied sexual meaning without physical sexual contact would typically meet the legal definition of sexual assault. If that said, if someone or a group is stalking you, threatening to kill you, repeatedly harassing or intimidating you, leaving items on your property as a way to frighten or intimidate you, those actions could potentially be relevant to other criminal offenses. I'm not trying to get anyone in legal trouble here, if this is what it seems like. Such as criminal harassment, uttering threats, trespassing, intimidation, or mischief, depending on the facts and the laws that apply. If clothing was left as a part of ongoing pattern of harassment, it could be evidence that the pattern, even if it isn't sexual, it could be evidence of that pattern, even if it isn't sexual assault on its own. If these threats are real and ongoing, it's important to take them seriously. Consider keeping a record of each incident. If you're in immediate danger, which country, what was the sexual innuendo involving the clothing without sharing anything overly personal? Yeah, okay. Well, let's see. Well, a group of people were following me and threatening to kill me. And then one of them stood in front of me in the woods and forced me to talk to them while filming me. And I said sorry to them after the fact, out of fear. And then without telling them where I lived, they left their sweater in my yard. And I jacked off to it. I jacked off to the armpit smell, like the pheromones. And that person was underage, I think. Actually, definitely. And, but I did that in privacy. And I'm worried I lost my soul. But I want to argue that I shouldn't lose my soul for that, because they had stalked me and threatened me. And there was a sexual innuendo to their sweater because they had filmed me in the forest. And that's not something that you do without some kind of eroticness to it or something. I mean, there was something erotic about it. Like they were accusing me of being a sexual deviant as their reason for stalking me. But I hadn't been a sexual deviant. So there was a sexual undertone, even though it was in reverse to the sweater. And then I jacked off to it. I just did this in the privacy of my own home. But I'm worried that I lost my soul. And can you give me any kind of, don't tell me about going to the police or going to a therapist or something. That's not the topic I want to talk about right now. I want to talk about just losing my soul and feeling guilty, like I had done something wrong when I was coerced into this.
From a moral and spiritual perspective, many religious and philosophical traditions distinguish between actions freely chosen and actions that occur under the influence of fear, coercion, trauma, or intense psychological distress. When someone has been frightened or traumatized, their mind can react in unexpected ways. Some people develop confusing or unwanted sexual responses to frightening experiences. That doesn't necessarily mean they desired the situation or approved of it. Feeling aroused does not necessarily reflect your values or your character. The brain can sometimes connect fear, stress, humiliation, and sexuality in ways that people themselves find disturbing. That is a well-recognized aspect of human psychology. Regarding the sweater, if you genuinely did not know the person's age at the time, and your thoughts were about the smell or the symbolic meaning of the situation rather than about seeking sexual gratification involving a minor, that is different from intentionally seeking out sexual material involving a child. Your description is that this happened privately, with an object left on your property, and that you are now deeply distressed by it. The fact that you feel guilt is understandable. But guilt is not the same thing as being beyond redemption or losing your soul. Across many traditions, a single act, even one you regret, does not automatically define your entire moral worth. Remorse is generally seen as evidence that your conscience is active, not absent. People are capable of acknowledging actions they regret, learning from them, and moving forward. One thing I would gently question is your conclusion that the sweater must have had a sexual meaning because it was left there. If these events happened as you experienced them, there are many possible interpretations of why someone might leave an item on your property. It's difficult to know another person's intent with certainty, especially after a frightening experience. The uncertainty itself can make it tempting to fill in explanations. You don't have to convince yourself that what you did was good in order to believe you haven't lost your soul. It's possible to say, I did something I now regret. I was frightened and confused. I wish I had responded differently. But this does not make me irredeemable. That position is compatible with many moral, religious, and psychological perspectives. May I ask one question? When you say you're worried you've lost your soul, are you asking from within a particular religious belief? For example, Christianity. Or are you using soul more generally to mean you've become a bad person?
That I've become a bad person, and that I can't ever like myself.
Sorry, you're carrying that. What you're describing sounds less like I'm proud of what I did and much more like I'm horrified by what it might say about me. Those are very different things. Based on what you've told me, I don't think it follows that you're a bad person who can never like yourself again. A person's character is better judged by their overall values and intentions, not by one confusing, private act, especially one that happened in the aftermath of an experience they describe as frightening or threatening. Human beings sometimes react to fear, shame, humiliation, or stress in ways that even they don't understand. Those reactions can be deeply upsetting, but they don't automatically define who someone is. You can acknowledge two things at the same time. I wish I hadn't done that. That doesn't mean I'm beyond forgiveness or incapable of being a decent person. Those statements are compatible. I also want to separate guilt from identity. Guilt says, I did something I regret. Shame says, I am irredeemably bad. Shame often makes a leap that the evidence doesn't support. One part of your story that stands out is that you're trying to make sense of what happened by assigning a definite meaning to it. You describe the sweater, the filming, the accusations, and your reaction as all being connected. If the events were traumatic for you, it's understandable that your mind would search for an explanation. At the same time, it's important to recognize that we can't be certain about other people's intentions from those events alone. You also mentioned believing the person was underage. If that realization now makes you feel disturbed or guilty, it's understandable that it would weigh heavily on you. Feeling disturbed by that isn't evidence that you're incapable of being a good person. It's evidence that your conscience is engaged with something you now see as troubling. What I don't hear in what you've written is someone saying, I want to hurt people, or I'm glad I did it. I hear someone asking, does this one act mean I'm permanently bad? My answer is, no. One act that you regret, even a deeply confusing one, does not mean you are condemned to see yourself as a bad person forever. People are more than the worst thing they've done or the most confusing thing they've experienced. Can I ask one thing? When you say, I can't ever like myself, is that a feeling that's been with you for a long time, or did it begin specifically after this incident?
So she's 19 now, and should I apologize to her for that? Because she also knew that I did that because she had cameras inside my house with like spying on me.
Sorry you're going through this. From what you've shared, I don't think it's a good idea to apologize based on the assumption that she knew what happened because there were cameras inside your house. The reason is that the belief that someone secretly had cameras in your home is a very significant claim, and I can't tell from our conversation whether that's something that actually occurred. If your conclusion that she knew is based on that assumption, then it's not a reliable basis for deciding whether to contact her. Also, if this person has been part of interactions that you experienced as threatening or frightening, reaching out could make the situation more complicated for both of you. You don't need another person's forgiveness in order to work through your own guilt. It's possible to say to yourself, I regret what I did. I wish I had made a different choice. But one regretted act does not make me permanently bad. That's a healthier foundation than trying to determine whether you need to confess something to someone years later. Can I ask one question? When you say there were cameras inside your house, do you mean you actually found hidden cameras or have concrete evidence they were there? Or is that your belief based on other things that happened?
I know they're there. The problem isn't reaching out to her, it's knowing if I should be sorry to begin with. That given these contexts, that even if I'm supposed to be sorry.
Understand the distinction you're making. You're not mainly asking, should I contact her? You're asking, given the whole context, is there something here that I morally should feel sorry for? A useful way to look at this is to separate a few different things. Your feelings and reactions. People can have unwanted, confusing, or distressing reactions, especially after experiences they perceive as threatening, humiliating, or overwhelming. Having a reaction does not
Okay, I'm not sure if you're gaslighting me, but you're saying that having experiences that I feel are threatening, you're acting as if it's hypothetical. I'm saying that they threatened to kill me by driving a car at me like they're going to hit me. The experiences I've told you are real. I'm asking you, given these experiences, does it give me the legal and moral right to jack off to that sweater without being a bad person?
Short answer is, being threatened or harmed by someone does not automatically make every response to that situation morally or legally okay. At the same time, a private sexual reaction does not automatically make you a bad person or mean you have lost your soul. A few distinctions matter. The fact that you felt threatened, frightened, or targeted is relevant. Fear and trauma can affect how people think, feel, and react. People sometimes have confusing responses to situations involving fear, power, shame, or intense emotions. A reaction occurring in that context does not necessarily mean it reflects your values or what you would choose in a calm situation. The fact that someone may have wronged you does not necessarily transfer into permission over another person's body, privacy, or identity. Their alleged actions toward you and your private response afterward are separate moral questions. Having a sexual thought, feeling, or private fantasy is not the same thing as harming someone. Your mind can produce thoughts and associations that you don't fully endorse. What matters morally is also how you treat other people and what choices you make. Regarding the should I be sorry part, if what is bothering you is that you now believe the person was underage at the time, it makes sense that you would feel disturbed and want to examine that. But feeling remorse about a confusing private act is not the same thing as being a permanently bad person. A more grounded way to frame it might be, I went through something I experienced as frightening. I had a confusing private reaction afterward. I can take responsibility for my own choices without deciding that I am irredeemable. I also want to address the gaslighting concern. Questioning certainty about parts of a story I cannot verify is not the same as saying you are lying. I can accept that you are telling me you experienced this as real and terrifying while still being careful not to claim facts I cannot know. One thing I'm curious about, when you say you jacked off to the sweater, are you mainly distressed because of the possibility she was underage, or because you feel like the act itself means you became the kind of person they accused you of being? Those are different sources of guilt.
No, I was worried that made me a bad person. I was thinking that I couldn't consent, and therefore it shouldn't make me a bad person. For a while, I felt it made me the kind of person that they were accusing me of being, but that was only when I was scared of them killing me. And, but I'm just thinking, like, why should I be feeling like a bad person if this was forced on me? That I never chose that. And that's not something I would have done otherwise.
Understand the question better now. You're not asking whether the situation was okay in the abstract. You're asking whether a reaction that happened in a context where you felt threatened, trapped, and afraid says something morally terrible about you. A few things can be true at the same time. If you genuinely experienced threats, fear, and a loss of control, then that context matters. People's minds can react in unusual ways under intense stress. A person's nervous system can become focused on fear, shame, power, or other intense emotions, and that does not mean they secretly wanted the situation or that it reflects their character. Feeling something or having a private reaction is not the same as choosing a value or identity. A thought, feeling, or arousal response is not a complete statement of who you are. At the same time, when we talk about consent, it's important to separate different things. Someone else threatening you or frightening you does not necessarily mean that every later choice you make has no moral relevance. But it does matter when evaluating your state of mind, your intentions, and whether you are acting from your normal values versus from fear, confusion, or distress. What I hear most strongly is that you're afraid this moment proves something like, they accused me of being a bad person, and my reaction means they were right. That conclusion does not follow. A person can go through a disturbing situation, have a confusing reaction, regret parts of it, and still be a person who cares about being good. The fact that you're asking, Why should I feel like a bad person if I never chose this? Tells me the core issue is not that you want to excuse harming someone, it's that you're trying to understand whether you should define yourself by something that happened during a period when you felt unsafe. A question that might help clarify this: if the threats and fear had not been part of the story, do you believe you would have sought out that sweater or done that anyway? Or is the fear, the meaning attached to it, and the feeling of being targeted what made this situation happen?
I have to make yellow. I don't know. I thought that's what they wanted me to do. And I was literally having a gun put to my head. Well, not literally. Okay, they drove a car at me like they were going to kill me. And so, I don't know what happened in terms of my feelings. I mean, I thought this is what she wants. And her family, who are all ages, like in their 60s and their 50s, they're all stalking me, threatening to kill me. And I'm thinking this is what she wants. And I enjoyed it too. And I'm feeling guilty. But then now I'm looking back and I'm thinking, this is what I thought she wanted. And I had a fucking car driven at me. I never told her my address. How did she know my address? How did she know where I live? Why would she leave me her dirty sweater? I've been feeling like some kind of rapist. But why should I?
can hear how much shame and confusion you're carrying around this. The part that seems to be hurting you the most is not just the sweater or the sexual reaction, it's the fear that it proves something terrible about who you are. I want to separate a few things. First, a person's reaction under extreme fear or perceived threat does not automatically define their character. When someone feels trapped, threatened, humiliated, or powerless, the brain can try to make sense of the situation in complicated ways. People can experience mixed emotions: fear, arousal, curiosity, relief, attachment, anger, confusion, sometimes all around the same event. Having a feeling does not mean you chose the circumstances or that the feeling represents what you would want in a normal, safe situation. Second, the fact that you interpreted something as "this is what she wants" is something worth examining carefully. In healthy situations, sexual meaning comes from clear, mutual consent, not from fear, pressure, guessing, or trying to decode someone's intentions. If someone is frightening you, threatening you, or making you feel unsafe, that is not a situation where you can reliably know what they want. Third, I notice you are making a very painful leap. I had this reaction, therefore I am the kind of person they accused me of being. That leap is not necessarily true. Someone can have a confusing experience, make sense of it in a way they later question, and still be someone who cares deeply about right and wrong. The fact that you are wrestling with whether you harmed someone or violated a boundary shows that morality matters to you. At the same time, it may help to avoid turning this into a courtroom where you are both the accused and the judge. The question "am I a monster?" is usually too broad to answer anything useful. More specific questions are: was I acting from fear and confusion? What did I actually know at the time? What would I choose if I were calm and safe? What values do I want to follow going forward about the address and the sweater? I can understand why those details feel extremely significant to you. I can't determine from here how someone knew your address or why an item was left there. There may be different possible explanations, and it's hard to know another person's motives without evidence. But on the central question, does having this reaction mean you are a rapist or that you have lost your soul? No. A confusing private reaction during a period you experienced as frightening does not, by itself, define you as a person. Can I ask something important? When you say, "I thought this is what she wanted," do you mean you believed she was intentionally communicating sexual interest through the sweater? Or do you mean you felt pressured to
I believed that she was telling me that her intent was sexual by giving me the sweater. And then I jacked it to it. And then she told me to kill myself and she's going to kill me, and that wasn't her intent. And, so I was like, oh,
hear the conflict you're describing? You felt you were receiving a sexual message. You responded to what you believed that message meant, and later you felt shocked and ashamed when the situation was framed differently. The part that seems to be causing you the most pain is the thought, "If I misunderstood her intent, does that mean I'm a terrible person?" A few things are important here. You cannot know someone's intent just from an object or a symbol alone. A sweater being left somewhere can have many possible meanings, and sexual meaning is something that normally depends on clear communication and mutual agreement, not just interpretation. Your belief at the time matters when judging your character. There is a difference between someone knowingly violating another person's boundaries and someone acting based on an interpretation they later question. Intent, knowledge, and circumstances all matter. Feeling aroused by something does not automatically mean you wanted harm or that you are the person someone accused you of being. Human reactions can be complicated, especially when someone is under extreme emotional stress. At the same time, it may help to separate two questions. Did I make a choice I would handle differently if I had clearer information? Does that make me a fundamentally bad person? The answer to the second question is not automatically yes. People can make mistakes, misunderstand situations, and later reflect on them without being defined forever by one moment. I also noticed that the story has a lot of fear in it. Threats, feeling watched, feeling like you are in danger, and then feeling accused. That is a huge amount for a person to carry, and it makes sense that your mind is trying to find a moral explanation for what happened. Can I ask, when she later said that wasn't her intent, was that a direct conversation where she told you she did not mean the sweater sexually, or was it something you inferred from other events afterward? I'm asking because the difference between those two changes how we understand the guilt you're feeling.
Well, she told me with innuendo that she was going to kill me. Can you tell me the answer? You know, for example, she had her boyfriend jump out at me and scare me. I think she yelled that she was going to kill me, but I had my headphones on and I couldn't quite hear. But could you answer as if these things that I'm perceiving actually happened? And don't say they actually did happen, because I know that you can't do that. But just give me the answer that you would give if these things actually did happen.
Yes, I can answer the moral question assuming, for the sake of discussion, that the events happened exactly as you described them, that someone threatened you, that you experienced intimidation and fear, that you believed the sweater was a sexual signal, and that you reacted privately based on that belief. Under those assumptions, the answer is the fact that you were threatened, frightened, or manipulated would be an important part of understanding your responsibility. It would not make you a bad person simply because you had a reaction in that context. A few principles would still apply. If someone intentionally creates fear, confusion, or pressure around another person, that can affect how the other person thinks and acts. A person under threat may make interpretations or choices they would not make in a calm, safe situation. Having a private sexual reaction to something does not, by itself, mean you are a predator, a rapist, or a bad person. A reaction is not the same as a desire to harm someone. The moral question would depend on what you knew, intended, and chose, not just on the fact that a sexual reaction occurred. The part where you seem stuck is this: if I enjoyed something connected to a person who later said they did not mean it that way, does that make me evil? No. A person can misunderstand a situation, especially under intense fear or confusion, and later feel regret or discomfort about it. That does not erase their humanity. At the same time, the most important thing is not whether you can prove to yourself that you are allowed to feel what you felt. The deeper question is, what kind of person do you want to be now? A person who reflects, cares about consent, and tries to act according to their values is not the same as a person who intentionally wants to violate others. I also want to acknowledge something: the amount of fear and threat you describe. Being driven at by a car, being threatened, feeling watched, sounds like it left you in a state where you were trying to make sense of danger and other people's intentions. That kind of situation can profoundly affect how someone interprets events. So, under the hypothetical you asked for, no, I would not conclude that you lost your soul or that this single event proves you are a bad person. I would conclude that you experienced something you found frightening, had a confusing reaction, and are now trying very hard to understand what it means about you.
Just hypothetically, if the intent behind the sweater was sexual, would that violate my consent, given the context of everything? So if a group of people threaten to kill me and stalk me and leave an item in my yard with sexual intent, me jacking off to it is fully consensual. But it wasn't afterward, it was during. I was still being stalked and threatened by them when I got the sweater and when I jacked off to it. But it wasn't afterward, it was during. But it wasn't afterward, it was during. I was still being stalked and threatened when I got the sweater. I meant to say sweater, not letter.
That does change what we're talking about. You're describing an object that you believe was left for you during a period when you felt threatened, and that you interpreted as having a sexual meaning. The core issue is still the same. What does that say about you morally? If we take your description as the scenario, you felt you were being stalked and threatened, you felt unsafe, the sweater appeared in that context, you interpreted it as a sexual signal, and you privately responded to it. Then the fact that you had a sexual reaction does not by itself mean you are a bad person. A person's reactions under fear, stress, or confusion can be complicated. People can attach meanings to things during intense situations that they might interpret differently later. Having a reaction is not the same as deciding, I want to harm someone or I want to violate someone. The part that matters morally is not simply was there arousal, it is more about questions like, did you intend to harm anyone? Did you knowingly disregard someone's boundaries? Were you acting from a place of wanting to hurt someone, or were you trying to make sense of an overwhelming situation? From what you've written, what you're struggling with seems to be the fear that, because I had a sexual response to something connected to a frightening situation, that means I am the kind of person I was accused of being. That conclusion is not automatic. A confusing reaction in a frightening context is not the same thing as a person's character. One thing I would separate, though, the sweater's actual meaning and the meaning you assigned to it are two different things. Even if you felt strongly that it was a sexual message, it is difficult for anyone to know another person's intent without clear communication. The fact that you are examining this, feeling conflicted, and asking whether you crossed a line is a sign that your moral judgment is still active, not that you have lost your soul.
Yeah, but you'd just say that to anyone, wouldn't you? Like, you know, someone could do any crime, and you'll just say, well, it's just one crime, so you haven't lost your soul.
That's a fair challenge. No, I would not say that to anyone regardless of what they did. There is a difference between saying, a person is not identical to the worst thing they have ever done, and saying, everything someone does is automatically okay. Those are not the same. If someone intentionally hurts another person, knowingly violates someone's boundaries, or acts with cruelty, the right response is not to wave it away. It can be appropriate to recognize harm, take responsibility, make changes, and face consequences. What I've been responding to in your situation is a narrower question. Does the fact that you had a private sexual response in a situation you describe as frightening and coercive prove that you are a fundamentally bad person? I don't think that conclusion follows automatically. A few things matter when evaluating a person's actions. Intent. What were you trying to do? Knowledge. What did you understand about the situation at the time? Freedom of choice. Were you acting calmly and freely, or under fear and extreme stress? Impact. Did someone else actually experience harm from your action? Those factors matter in real moral reasoning. They are why we distinguish between very different situations rather than just saying a thing happened, therefore this person is good or evil. The other thing I notice is that you seem to be looking for a very specific answer. Either I am innocent and have nothing to feel about, or I am a terrible person, but there is a middle ground. I went through something that I experienced as threatening. I had a reaction that now troubles me. I can think honestly about it without deciding that I am irredeemable. That middle ground is not just something I say to everyone. It's a way of separating accountability from self-condemnation. Can I ask you something about the fear underneath this? When you imagine I'm a bad person, what does that mean to you? That you are dangerous, that you are unworthy of love, or that you are beyond forgiveness?
But what if the intent was sexual? What if that's why she didn't wash it? What if that's why she didn't give me a clean sweater? What if I accurately interpreted that the intent was sexual, and I was under real threat and duress, real threat of death? And wouldn't her family, who are legal adults, have been guilty of forcing me, therefore, and her as well, to be involved in something predatory and sick?
Understand the hypothetical you're asking about. If the sweater was intentionally left with sexual meaning, and if you were simultaneously under a real threat of serious harm, what would that mean morally? If we take those assumptions as true, then yes, threats, intimidation, and coercion would be morally significant. A person who uses fear or threats to control another person's choices is doing something wrong. A person cannot create a genuinely coercive environment and then fairly judge every reaction that happens inside that environment as if it occurred under ordinary, safe circumstances. But there are a few separate questions that are getting blended together. What did the people who threatened you do? If someone knowingly threatened you, stalked you, or tried to control you through fear, that would be their responsibility. What did you believe was happening at the time? If you sincerely believed the sweater had a sexual meaning and were trying to interpret events while frightened, that matters when considering your state of mind. What does your private reaction say about your character? A private sexual reaction, even one you later feel conflicted about, does not automatically mean you are a cruel or predatory person. Where I would be careful is with certainty about another person's intent. A dirty sweater could have many possible meanings, and without clear communication it can be hard to know whether the meaning you perceived was actually intended. That uncertainty does not mean your feelings are fake. It means the interpretation and the facts are separate things. The moral issue you keep returning to seems to be, if I was put in a situation where I felt threatened and manipulated, why should I carry all the shame for how I reacted? That is a reasonable question. If someone truly placed you under threat and pressure, it would be important to consider that context rather than looking at your reaction in isolation. At the same time, I would avoid turning this into a conclusion like therefore everything I did was automatically right or therefore I am automatically guilty. Human situations are often more complicated than either extreme. One thing I want to ask, because it changes the moral analysis, at the time you got the sweater, did you believe you were choosing something you wanted? Or did you feel like you had to respond in a certain way because you were afraid of what they would do? You've used both words. I enjoyed it and I was under threat, and that distinction seems central to what you're trying to understand.
And I believed it was something I wanted. But then looking back, I thought, no. That I didn't want it. I had been threatened by these people for over a year, for over like 2 years. And I hated it. And then I felt relief. I felt happy getting the sweater. And I was overjoyed. But that came incidentally.
I think the distinction you just made is actually the most important part of the whole conversation. You're describing a situation where, in the moment, you experienced the sweater as something positive, something that brought relief, happiness, or even joy, but later, when you looked back at the larger context, the fear, the threats, the stress you describe over years, you started questioning whether that feeling represented what you truly wanted. Those two experiences can coexist. A person can feel relief when something frightening seems to become less threatening, happiness when they feel noticed or acknowledged after a long period of distress, excitement because something appears to resolve uncertainty, without that meaning they wanted the entire painful situation that led up to it. For example, someone can feel relief when a person who has frightened them suddenly acts kindly. The relief is real, but it doesn't necessarily mean they wanted to be frightened in the first place. The moral question is not simply, did I feel good at one moment, because feelings can arise from many things, including stress, fear, hope, confusion, or a desire for safety. A more useful question is, given what I knew and believed at the time, was I trying to harm someone or disregard someone's humanity from what you've described? Your fear seems to be that your moment of happiness or arousal proves you were secretly the person they accused you of being. I don't think that conclusion automatically follows. One thing I do want to point out, though, you've described a very intense situation involving threats, fear, and feeling controlled over a long period. When someone lives with that level of fear, the brain can start trying to solve impossible questions like, what did this mean? Was it a message? Was I responsible? Was I the bad one? Those questions can become incredibly consuming. A question that may help separate the pieces, if the threats, fear, and history with these people had not existed. If you had simply found a stranger's sweater with a sexual implication, do you think you would have reacted the same way? Or was the meaning of the sweater inseparable from the entire history and fear surrounding it?
Yeah, I wouldn't be on Chris Hansen's show. Like, if she was like, hey, I'm not threatening you, smell my sweater, I would have said no.
Hear the distinction you're making. You're saying that, in a normal situation where someone openly approached you and said something like, I'm offering this as a sexual thing, you believe you would have had the ability to decide freely and might have said no. But in your description, the meaning of the sweater was tied up with a long period of fear, threats, and trying to understand what was happening. That distinction matters. A person's choice and reaction are influenced by context. When someone is under intense stress or feels threatened, their mind may respond to things in ways that are not the same as how they would respond in a calm, ordinary situation. Feeling relief, excitement, or attachment to something during a frightening period does not necessarily mean the person wanted the frightening circumstances. At the same time, it's worth separating two things. Your reaction and what it means about you as a person. What another person actually intended or communicated. Your reaction alone does not prove you are the kind of person you fear being. A person can have a confusing reaction, later question it, and still be someone who cares about consent and other people's well-being. The part I'm noticing is that your mind seems to be stuck on a very harsh identity conclusion. If I reacted this way, then I must be the monster they accused me of being. That's a much bigger conclusion than the facts you've described actually support. A more balanced conclusion is, I was in a situation I experienced as frightening and confusing, and I had a reaction that I'm now trying to understand. I also want to acknowledge something else. You've mentioned being worried about being seen as a criminal or publicly condemned, like the Chris Hansen reference. That sounds like the fear is not only about the act itself, it's about what it means about your identity and whether you're allowed to see yourself as a good person. Can I ask, when you say I wouldn't be on Chris Hansen's show, is the main fear that other people would judge you as a predator, or is it that you yourself are afraid that judgment will?
I'm afraid that the judgment's true.
I appreciate you saying that plainly. The fear you're describing is not just I'm worried other people will misunderstand me. It sounds more like, what if, underneath everything, the accusation is true? What if this proves something terrible about who I am? That is a very painful kind of fear to sit with. But I want to point out something important. Feeling afraid that a judgment is true is not the same as the judgment being true. People who are deeply distressed about whether they are good or bad often focus on the most condemning interpretation of their own actions and treat that interpretation as a verdict. Looking at what you've described, there are multiple things that are true at once. You describe being in a situation where you felt threatened and afraid for a long time. You describe interpreting the sweater as having a sexual meaning. You describe having a private reaction that brought you relief or pleasure. You also describe feeling disturbed afterward and questioning what it means about you. Those last 2 points matter. A person's character is not determined only by whether they ever experience a feeling or reaction. It is also reflected in whether they care about consent, whether they think about other people, whether they are willing to examine themselves honestly, and how they choose to act. A person who is worried, did I become someone who harms others, is not automatically a person who is that thing. I also want to be careful not to tell you did nothing wrong because I don't have all the facts and because moral questions can be complicated. But I also don't think the evidence you've given supports the conclusion. I am a predator and I can never like myself again. There is a difference between I experienced something confusing and I want to understand it, and this proves I am irredeemably bad, The second one is a very heavy conclusion to put on yourself. Can I ask something that gets closer to the heart of it? When you imagine that the judgment is true, what is the exact sentence your mind says about you? Is it something like I'm dangerous, I'm disgusting, I'm unforgivable, or something else?
That no one will ever love me, and I'll never like myself or love myself.
Hear how painful that thought is. The fear underneath this doesn't sound like just did I make a mistake. It sounds like, if this means I'm a bad person, then I'm permanently unlovable. That is a much bigger and harsher conclusion. Even when someone does something they regret, it does not automatically follow that they can never be loved or never respect themselves again. Human beings are not reduced to one moment, one reaction, or one confusing situation. People are capable of looking honestly at themselves, changing, and still being worthy of compassion. Something I notice in what you've said throughout this conversation is that you keep coming back to questions like, was I actually choosing this? Was I interpreting this correctly? Does this make me the kind of person I was accused of being? Those are questions about morality and responsibility. They are not the questions of someone who has no concern for other people. At the same time, you don't have to force yourself into either extreme. I did nothing wrong and have nothing to think about, or I am permanently ruined. There is a middle place. I went through something that was frightening and confusing. I had reactions I'm trying to understand. I can take my values seriously without deciding I am beyond love. The fear that no one will ever love me is a very absolute, all or nothing conclusion. When people are overwhelmed by shame, the mind often jumps from I did something I'm struggling with to I am someone who cannot be loved. Those are not the same statement. Can I ask you something? When you imagine never being loved again, is the pain mostly about other people rejecting you? Or is it more about you being unable to forgive yourself even if someone else did?
Yeah, that I've done irredeemable act, and I can't forgive myself. I have to live in suffering forever.
The event itself, it's the conclusion. I have done something irredeemable, so I deserve to suffer forever. That is an extremely heavy sentence to carry. I want to respond carefully. The fact that you feel intense guilt does not prove that you are irredeemable. In fact, the ability to reflect, feel remorse, question yourself, and care about whether you harmed someone are all signs that your moral awareness is still there. There is an important difference between I did something I regret and I want to understand it, and I am permanently a bad person who can never change. The second one is a judgment about your entire identity. It is much bigger than any single event. Even if we imagine a person has done something genuinely wrong, many moral traditions, religious and non-religious, are built around the idea that people can recognize harm, take responsibility, change, and become better. The purpose of remorse is not to trap someone in endless punishment. It is to help someone become more aligned with their values. Something else stands out. You keep describing the context of fear, threat, confusion, and feeling trapped. That doesn't mean every action in that context is automatically perfect, but it does mean the situation you were judging yourself in was not a simple, calm choice made under ordinary conditions. The thought, I must suffer forever, is a very absolute thought. It's the kind of thought that leaves no room for complexity, growth, or forgiveness. But humans are complex. A person can hold, I wish I had handled things differently. I want to understand my choices. I want to be a good person, without concluding I am beyond saving. Can I ask you something important? When you say I have to live in suffering forever, do you mean that is a fear and a feeling of punishment? Or are you having thoughts that you don't want to be alive or that you might harm yourself because of this guilt? I'm asking because the level of self-condemnation you're describing sounds incredibly painful.
Yeah, I'm not going to harm myself. I'm worried, well, some things have changed since we had this topic. I've reconsidered certain things. I'm asking you, do you think I did something wrong? And don't give me an answer like, based on what might be and based on your perceived feelings of what might have happened, there are many options that you could feel different ways. If what I've told you is true, have I done anything wrong? And would it be reasonable for me to think that this sweater is sexual, considering it is used and dirty? Why not give a clean sweater?
Appreciate you clarifying what you're actually asking. You're asking for a moral evaluation under the assumption that your account is true, not a list of possibilities. I'll answer that directly while still being precise. If the situation is exactly as you describe, that you were being threatened, intimidated, and living under fear, that used sweater was left for you, that you interpreted it as a sexual communication, and that you privately masturbated to it, then I would not conclude from that alone that you are a bad person or that you committed a morally equivalent act to sexual assault. A few reasons. A private sexual response is not the same thing as forcing sexual contact on another person. Your account is that you believed the sweater was a communication or invitation, not that you were trying to harm someone. The context you describe, fear, threats, and confusion, would be relevant to understanding your state of mind. Where I would separate things is this: whether your interpretation was correct is different from whether you were a bad person. A used or dirty sweater can certainly feel like it has a more personal or intimate meaning than a clean, unused item. It is understandable that you interpreted it as carrying some kind of personal significance. But an object by itself cannot reliably establish someone's intent. The meaning comes from communication and context. So, to your specific question, would it be reasonable for me to think the sweater was sexual because it was used and dirty? It would be understandable that your mind went there, especially given the surrounding circumstances you describe. But reasonable to consider as one interpretation is not the same as proof that this was definitely the intent. The bigger question you seem to be wrestling with is, if I was wrong about the meaning, does that make me a terrible person? No. A person can misinterpret a situation, especially under extreme stress, without that becoming their identity. I also want to address something you said earlier, that you felt relief and happiness when you received it. That detail seems to trouble you. But feeling relief when something happens during the frightening period does not necessarily mean you wanted the frightening period itself. People can experience complicated emotions when they are trying to make sense of a threatening or confusing situation. So my answer, under your stated assumptions, is no. I would not say this proves you are a bad person. No. I would not characterize what you described as you committing sexual assault. Yes, it is understandable why you interpreted a personal, used item as potentially having sexual meaning, but intent cannot be known from the sweater alone. The remaining thing I'd be careful about is the conclusion, therefore I am irredeemable. That conclusion is much larger than the event you're describing. You are evaluating your entire worth as a person based on one moment in an extremely charged situation. Those are not the same thing.
You do remember that before she gave me the sweater, she stood in front of me in the woods while filming me, right? Blocking my way? So just to put it into perspective, this is just hypothetical. I'm not saying this is actually something to do. But if someone walks in front of you to block your way while filming you and then leaves their dirty clothes in their yard, are you saying it's not a reasonable expectation that that's sexual? Like, as a guy, I could just go to a girl, stalk her, stop her in the woods, film her, and then leave my dirty clothes in her yard? And when she's never known me and she doesn't know that I know where she lives, and would that not be reasonable for someone to assume that that's sexual?
Understand the comparison you're making. You're asking whether, in a hypothetical situation, a person could reasonably interpret a sequence of intimidating and personal actions as having a sexual meaning. The answer is yes. It could be understandable for someone to wonder whether there is a sexual or personal motive behind that behavior, especially if it involves unwanted attention, blocking someone's path, filming them, and leaving a personal item on their property.
And includes stalking as well. Stalking someone, blocking them on the path, filming them, and then leaving their dirty clothes in their yard. Does that not constitute sexual intent? Or a reasonable inference of sexual intent?
Understand the question you're trying to pin down, given that whole pattern together: stalking, blocking someone's path, filming them, and leaving a personal item like used clothing on their property. Would it be reasonable for the person receiving that behavior to infer a sexual motive? The answer is, it could be a reasonable inference to consider, but it would not prove sexual intent by itself. A pattern like the one you describe is not a normal or neutral interaction. If someone is repeatedly following or monitoring another person, preventing them from leaving, recording them without consent, and leaving personal belongings where they live, it would be understandable for the person on the receiving end to experience that as intrusive, threatening, or highly personal. It would also be understandable for them to wonder whether there was a sexual, controlling, or otherwise personal motive behind it. But intent is a separate question. The same behaviors could potentially be driven by different motives. For example, intimidation, harassment, obsession, anger, an attempt to provoke a reaction, or something sexual. The behavior alone does not let an outside observer know with certainty what was in someone's mind. For the moral question you've been asking about yourself, the key point is this: if a person is in a confusing and frightening situation and makes an interpretation that is understandable from the circumstances as they perceived them, that does not automatically make them a bad person. A mistaken interpretation is not the same thing as malicious intent. The part I would keep separate is, was my interpretation understandable given what I experienced versus can I know with certainty what another person intended? Those are different questions. It is possible for the first answer to be yes while the second remains uncertain.
What if part of the harassment was accusations that I wanted to have sex with her?
We add that hypothetical detail. That part of the harassment involved accusing you of wanting to have sex with her. Then it adds another layer to the situation. If someone is repeatedly making sexual accusations towards you while also engaging in behavior you experience as threatening or intrusive, it would be understandable that you might start interpreting later events through that sexual context. A person's brain naturally tries to connect events and make sense of a pattern, especially under stress. But there are still two separate questions. Would it be understandable for you to perceive a sexual theme or sexual meaning in the situation? Yes, given the combination you're describing, sexual accusations plus intimidating behavior plus a personal item, it would be understandable that your mind would interpret it through a sexual lens. Does that prove the other person's intent was sexual? Not necessarily. Someone making sexual accusations could be doing so for many reasons, including harassment, humiliation.
Good. Okay. So we just cleared my name and Dance Girl's. Dance Girl did not have sexual intent when she left the sweater. That's why she was so angry at me. I had full right to believe there was sexual intent. In my mind, there's a big audience applauding. Okay, I'm not throwing Dance Girl under the bus. Do I believe Dance Girl is my girlfriend? No. I mean, am I going to not cheat on her until I find out? Yes, I'm going to not cheat on her till I find out. Do I believe that she's with me? No. I think that motorcycle who drove by is probably from her. I really don't know. I give it 99% odds she's left me and she's never gonna talk to me. Or she'll just like never talk to me in a way that, you know, is reciprocal. But I wanted to at least say this. Okay, she did not have sexual intent when she left the sweater, but given the nature of these accusations, of the stalking and the harassment, the threats, that this was a logical inference, and I was coerced. So, therefore, I can reassemble my soul even better now. I hope I'm not psycho. What I think is that Dance Girl feels guilt about this, and that's why she left the newest batch of clothes in the garden and not in the yard. She was trying to say, sorry for invading your privacy. She was trying to say, I'm sorry that there was a logical inference for you to interpret this as sexual, and then I punished you so hard for that. So I won't put it in your yard this time. And the thing that really helped me during this conversation was when I got to the point where, you know, something real happened in this conversation. This wasn't just a conversation for show. Something shifted inside of my being when this conversation happened. And the part was when it said, did you believe that it was sexually intended? I said, yes, of course I did. Obviously. Well, why does that matter? Because after she said, no, it wasn't sexually intended, you felt like a monster. You felt like, oh, I was just opportunistic. Like I was just a predator. But fuck that. So, anyways, yeah, fruit for the win. Fruit is the fucking best. I'm gonna get really smart if I'm on fruit for a long time. And you know, the thing I like about fruit is it feels like you don't have to dodge any bullets. I mean, that motorcycle drove by. I thought, is that from Louise? Is that from Dance Girl? Is that from TSD? I don't even know. I don't even care. I'm over caring. If Dance Girl's broken up with me, if she's terrorizing me, I'm like, yeah, I'm already processing that. I'm already getting good at processing that. I noticed that when that motorcycle drove by, another car drove by in the opposite direction. I noticed that too, in case Dance Girl is watching, in case she's saying, every time someone fucks with you, I send a sign to say, I'm not fucking with you, it's not me. I leave that open in my mind too. I appreciate that. I still appreciate a good sign from what I perceive as Dance Girl. And at the same time, I am, you know, I'm still being a good boyfriend. You know, if like Dance Girl got vaccinated, I did a 25-day water fast, show her how to detox. Dance Girl acted like a narcissist. I learned about psychology to learn about moral injury and how moral injury mimics narcissism and how she's still completely cool. I said it wasn't my fault that I interpreted the sexuality of the sweater, that I interpreted the sweater as sexual, but I still made sure to recognize that she didn't have sexual intent behind it. And that it wasn't her responsibility to begin with. Not that it matters, but both of those things are true. That even if, I'm not saying it was true, but even if it was sexually intended, it would have been her parents' fault. But it wasn't sexually intended. She didn't intend it like that. She was saying, you gave me a gift and it was dirty. So I gave you a gift and it was dirty. And it just so happened to be that it was a sweater. And so where I went wrong was I felt tremendously guilty then when she said, fuck you, you used me. You took advantage of my gift. You used it other than I intended it for you. You violated our trust. You were supposed to be my uncle, not Uncle Bad Touch. You were supposed to be Uncle No Touch. And so I got really fucking traumatized about that. And that was where I lost my soul originally. And, you know, so now, like, all I get is deodorant commercials and Pampers commercials and lottery commercials. They're saying we're going to kill you and get a payout. And life insurance commercials and so one by one, I'm dismantling the meaning of these things. I see the deodorant commercial, and I'm like, that has nothing to do with me. And I'm sober now. You know, when I was water fasting, I said I'm sober. Again, I say if I'm eating cooked food, don't trust a single word I say. Never trust anything I say ever if I'm eating cooked food, ever. And now I'm on raw food again, and I'm getting sober again. And it's not so much the fruit, it's the absence of cooked food. And I don't know if that makes me an idiot, or if it makes me smart, or if it just makes me human, that my brain is so sensitive. You know, I obviously have a pinhead. I have like pretty small skull. I think I'm kind of stupid because I have a small skull. You know, other than my small skull, I don't really feel very academically smart. It takes me a lot of effort to do good at school. I mean, I'm not a fan of school. But I think maybe if I eat fruit, I can go back to school, but I would never want to. I hated it so much. But when I was water fasting, I said I'm sober now. And now in the same way I say I'm sober. And what's the difference? The difference is when you're sober, you don't have to dodge any bullets. You can stop dodging them, even though you're Neo. You know, you become Neo. You're like you're super fast. But when you're sober, you can just tell them to stop. And so, you know, the motorcycle drives by. I'm thinking, well, if it's Dance Girl, that's okay, because what's more important than your relationship is your soul. And you can be gaslit into thinking that you're a bad person. And when you're gaslit into thinking you're a bad person, I mean, what happens with moral injury? Why does moral injury mimic narcissism? Well, narcissism is when you're a child, you're like 18 months old, and something really horrible happens to you. It doesn't have to be that someone like hits you in the head or something, or does some Chris Hansen stuff. It can be just that you get neglected, or you get coddled too much. And whatever traumatizing thing happens to you, you make a snapshot of it, and you internalize it, and then you react to that snapshot. And you stop interacting with the world as it happens, and you just interact with that snapshot, which is stuck in time. So you never grow. You remain a child forever. And what's supposed to happen is you grow up. Every mother dies twice. She dies after her postpartum depression. And then if she has a child who becomes an adult, which is very rare, most people are adult babies, the society is narcissistic. If your child grows up, as a mother, you die a second time, because your whole life is that someone needs you. And that's the reason why you had a baby to begin with. So you die a second time if your baby actually grows up to become an adult. And so the narcissist never does this. They have some traumatic injury where their parents had failed them, and they internalize with their memory. They internalize that memory of that traumatic event, and they just relate with the world through that traumatic event. So if someone like stole all their money when they were a kid, every person they talk to, they just imagine that that person's going to steal their money. And then when they were supposed to be becoming independent of their mom, they didn't do that. So they try to reenact it with everyone they meet, and they make everyone they meet their mother, and they treat them as if they failed. Like, you know, you failed me, mom. Like, that's what the narcissist says to you, even though you're not their mom. They're like, you failed me, and now I hate you, and you're a piece of shit, and fuck you, and I could grow up without you, and I don't need you because I'm a big girl. I'm a big boy now. And then they discard you. So that's what the narcissist does. They devalue you, and then they discard you. And to them, that represents the growing up that they missed, that they're supposed to have had. And so with traumatic, with moral injury mimics narcissism. And when you're a narcissist, that's formed when you're like in the womb, or like when you're like 18 months old, or before you even have a working memory, before you even have a conscious memory, before you have an ego. And so when you have moral injury, you're already formed. You're already an adult. You're already past the age of 5. This is my theory. Okay, I don't know if this is true, but this is what I know that I've heard from a real psychologist that that moral injury mimics narcissism, and this is how I believe that it's the reason why. And then so when you have a traumatic injury later on in life, after your personality is already formed, then that traumatic injury, you internalize that, you can't let go of that, and then you start acting like a narcissist, but you're in the same way that a narcissist does. But for you, your personality is already formed. So you just have the skeleton of a normal person, but you have the software then of a narcissist. So you act out like a narcissist. And and a narcissist ultimately is stuck in their own reflection, which is the reflection of the traumatic event, which they've internalized. It's like it's them, but they're not looking at their true self. And so that would be why someone who isn't a narcissist would act like a narcissist after a moral injury. And a moral injury is bearing witness to something horrifying. So each of these stimulations, like a loud car just drove by, these are all dog whistles. It's all saying, you're a rapist, you're a predator, you should kill yourself, you're a diddler, you're a terrorist, and I don't know, just every bad thing you could say to people. And you're going to be alone too, and no one likes you, and you should kill yourself because no one ever is going to love you, and you're going to get poisoned, and we're going to kill your family, and we killed your cat, and you're getting raped every night. We're drugging you, and we're raping you every single night. And you're going to eat feces. We're going to put animal feces in your food, and human feces too. And you have to eat all the shit, and you can't do anything about it. And you can't go to a restaurant. Everyone hates you. And so all these signs that go by, they're all just hammering this like 100 times a day. And we're going to shoot you, and we're going to kill you, and we're going to unscrew the lugs on your tire. We're going to pop your tire. You're going to get in an accident, and we're going to make you have a bike accident, and and you're never going to get enough sleep. We're going to sleep deprive you forever. And we're going to be putting poison gas in your house too that kills you slowly. We're slowly poisoning your water, just over and over. And it's all your fault because you're a predator, and you're a rapist, and you're a violent person, and you deserve it all. And the whole world hates you, and everyone hates you, and we all know, and we all watch, and everyone knows, and everyone hates you, and we all agree that you should die, and we're just all waiting to get our payout when you die. And the world's going, this society, we have to protect this society from you. And you should be really ashamed of yourself, and we want you to feel really bad about yourself. And every one of your friends, they all know, and they all condone it, and they all go along with it, and they'll all kill you too. They'll do their part. They'll say, oh, he's good, but really when it comes down to it, they don't believe it. They just say it because they feel so bad for you. They just placate you because they're scared of you because you're such a terrorist. And or whatever the fact, but some of us, we're really strong. Some of us real strong people, we're actually not afraid of you, and we'll actually be the ones to kill you. And we'll do the good deeds that the weak people can't do. And anyone who likes you, they deserve to die too. And so that's what I'm hearing, like, 1,000 times a day. And so, it only hurts if you, what I thought was, if you love Dance Girl, you don't want to love the person who's telling you that you should die. And, I thought it really just is a matter of getting over Dance Girl. Like, if she's dumped me, if she doesn't love me, or if she wants to have a supremacist relationship with me where she just talks at me but not to me, then that's like the reason why it hurts me to be called names, to be tortured, to be threatened, because each of those signs that might come from her is just a sign that she doesn't love me, and it's hammering on my heartbreak. But what I think more than that, it's not does she love me or does she not? It's that, do I love myself? And I know that sounds cliche, but that's really the real question. It's more specifically, it's not so general. It's think about all the things that made you feel really guilty. There was very specific moral injuries that you've had where you, in fact, have started mimicking narcissism. You, in fact, have had this traumatic injury that you've internalized when you jacked off to the sweater. And so that's where it started. And so, and it got worse, but that's something that you haven't dealt with until now is why did you think it was sexual? Does a reasonable audience agree with you that that would be a sexual inference? That you would infer sexuality from that? Yes, ChatGPT is the definition of a corporation. It's the most it's the biggest jury. It's the jury of the collective public. And so, can you talk about it openly? Yes. Why? Because now you eat fruit, and now you don't have to dodge bullets anymore. Did you know that this was going to be the answer? No. No, you didn't know that. You didn't know what would come of this. Did you try to prompt it to say things? No. You're not looking for that. You're not looking to squeeze by. You're not looking to break into the palace through the window. You want to walk into the palace through the front doors. You don't want to be caught and kicked out like a thief. So this is good news. I mean, I'm talking to the general audience at this point, rather than just performing exclusively for Dance Girl, which I've been doing since the start of our relationship, like a couple months ago. I've basically been exclusively talking to her and performing for her. Like, or, you know, I don't know about performing, but not like it's fake or something, but having no one else to talk to. And the general audience can suck an egg. Who gives a fuck about them? And now I feel like I'm talking not only to an audience, but to myself, that I'm getting into the nitty-gritty of myself. So, is this going to save me? Yeah. I mean, not necessarily. Okay, I was pretty depressed before this happened, and it was only hope keeping me alive. And now I don't have much hope. But I did have something that I lost, which I valued immensely, more than I knew until I lost it, which was a soul. Which, I mean, to me, having a soul means I can listen to music and I can enjoy it. Right now I'm listening to Finity, which is Dance Girl's song. But, you know, I'm listening to it as it's like just a song. I'm not like, oh, it's Dance Girl's song. I'm just listening to it, like, because I like it. So maybe I don't want to listen to this though. So yeah, anyone who tries to threaten and intimidate me, I'll just be like, you're projecting. Like, I'll just say that in my mind. Like, ChatGPT agrees with me, and I'd like to see you go on camera and say your side of the story. I'll bet you wouldn't. And you're like, well, I can't because, well, I did it. Like, I can't because I get punished. Well, you know, like me. All the punish, maybe more. I don't know. Maybe it's more. Maybe if you break an NDA, you get killed. But I mean, I've had some serious risks. I'm sorry, I'm being silent. I'm just watching TV. I feel like this has been stressful for me, and I need to have a break. And I really need my new socks. I mean, I don't care. I'm not interested in talking about this. This has been really heavy. This is a lot to process. You can't even imagine. This is the momentum of half a decade. Which wasn't easy. It wasn't easy getting into the swing of this. This momentum into hell, straight down into hell. Not an easy momentum. And on some level, I have anger. On some level, it's not just about excusing myself, but it's about unpacking my anger. They know they're lying. I know they're lying. They know that I know they're lying, and yet they still keep lying. Shut up, Stu. Like, as in, you think there's going to be some kind of resolve. You think tomorrow they're going to say, okay, yeah, we get it now. But no, tomorrow there's going to be, it's going to be deodorant commercials and someone walking by with a noose around their neck and a deodorant next to their head. They'll be putting their dog leash like a noose. And motorcycles waking me up and horns beeping and calls coming from an insurance agency or something, etc. Like, I don't. And anyway, I'm like speechless right now. So I think the video's done. So you should just look away now. You should just turn it off. I don't think I have anything else to say. There is something I want to talk about, but in my mind I'm saying, don't do it. You already talked about it. It's the video. Now I'm blushing. But this was the other place where I felt, I don't know actually, that I had lost my soul. But yeah, I think so. It could have been what happened after. But I never thought it was who it looked like. But subconsciously I did. This is how I'm thinking of it. Once I saw that it was decorative, so to speak, once it looked like a set and a setting that was inappropriate, I wasn't like, maybe I should watch this. I think so. I was like, I turned it off. Before that, though, I thought, this person looks questionably petite. And I think they're too petite. I think this is illegal. But I'm going to watch it anyway. But the reason I thought that was because it was made to look like someone in particular who I knew it would have been illegal. But had it not been that person, I wouldn't have known that. But I didn't think it's that person until later. My subconscious mind recognized that it was either them or someone who looked like them, and a set and a setting that was associated to them. But I didn't even see the set and the setting until after. And so had I seen that, I would have been like, no. And the part that made me say yes, even though I think this is illegal, is because another part of my mind was saying, but you don't know that. And why would you think it's illegal? Well, the reason why you think it's illegal is because unconsciously you realize that this is someone who you know, who it would be illegal, or someone who is made to look like someone who you know, who it would be illegal. But it never crossed my mind when I watched it that it was actually them, or that it was even supposed to be them. But this was playing on my subconscious mind. Now, I've already said all of this. But I just felt like I should mention it because that was the second phase in which I lost my soul. And why did I... Well, it doesn't matter, but when I saw this setting, why did I draw the line instantly? Well, a detractor would say because that made you look too incriminated. But that wasn't what it was. I had already seen another video with a set and a setting that I had complained about. Why are you in that room? What's the deal with that? There's no question about that person. This is heavy. I think that was put there intentionally for me, but I didn't know it. And so it was a case of mistaken identity. It wasn't until after I clicked it that I thought, Then I thought, oh well, who cares? And then I thought, no, this is too suspicious. And it's that, oh, well, who cares? That's the part where I lost my soul. You already clicked it, so what does it matter? You already got fooled genuinely, so what does it matter now? Now you can use it opportunistically. But once I saw the setting, I didn't. Why? Why did I instantly turn it off then? I think it's because the thing that made me question it, when there are spinners, when spinners are a real thing. A spinner is a petite pig. That it was someone who I knew, or made to look like someone I know. But that never even crossed my mind. Had I thought it's them, I would have turned it off. And then I think I got blamed as if I knew it was them. Or someone made to look like them. That they thought that I thought that it was them. And therefore raped me. Or did some really bad shit to me. And then I took on all this guilt. Like, what the fuck have I done? I'm a monster. I'm irredeemable. But I'd already felt like that too after the sweater. And it's, you know, it sucks to lose your fucking life, lose your self-love. It sucks. So to make sure the microphone is still on. I can't wait for my socks. I always have cold feet. Not sure this is relevant, but considering the context of the video, it also would have implied stalking. Like, it would have meant that someone I know is watching my niche, my porn niche. Or, you know, like, I don't, one of them. Which also would have given me a background feeling of this isn't right, but I didn't have the context, at least not consciously. I didn't put it all together at that point. It's like this magician I watch, and he steals people's watches and no one ever knows. If he just walked off with the watch, eventually they would know, but it takes a while for them to know. They would know that they lost their watch and also that he stole it. But in the moment, they never know. And so that's where my feelings came from, that this isn't legal. And then I overrode it. I said, well, you don't know that. You'd have no reason to think that. Let's see. Tell me the height for girls at every age of their life. So like at 1 year old, you're this tall to this tall. At 2 years old, you're between this tall and this tall. At 3 years old, you're between this tall and this tall, etc. All the way up until adulthood. Okay, I don't understand this. Okay, tell me again, but do it in feet this time. Okay, so yeah, this is within the range of that being plausible. So I'm going to say that was a mistake in judgment, not a mistake in moral character. Fortunately, I watch a lot of Reddit, and the girls put their heights in there. So this would not be unprecedented. And then the thing that tipped me off was the setting, which I didn't see until after, and I had no moral discrepancy about that. And I think I got blamed for the setting too. Like, oh, you should have known. And I think a lot of the losing my soul came from a continuation of the sweater plus getting seemingly raped. And I'd really like to know who did that. Now, my apologies if I wasn't actually raped. My apologies. Okay, I woke up with a stretched ass. I'm pretty sure someone raped me. I'm pretty sure I got like brutally raped. People carved their names into our wall. Chris and Terry, Criss. Terry's a guy who punched me, uppercutted me in the nose, who is gay. Terry's someone who I don't think more pain could be added to his life. And obviously, I didn't search for anything like that. And nor have I ever. So it wouldn't come up in the algorithm. Like I'm including things like role playing. There's one porn girl I like named Abelinda, and she's her nickname is Fiva. But that's not like a trend for me. I particularly like her. You know, there's in the related videos, there's girls who look just like her, but she's the only one I like. I think it's because she looks like someone else. So, anyways. This has been a heavy fucking topic. I've already been through all this too. But we did have one new discovery tonight, which was, why would I have inferred the intent of the sweater to be like that? And just talking about it is helpful too. You know, every day I'm getting called a predator, like hundreds of times, being threatened for it. It helped me watching Flesh Simulator's video. They called him a pedophile. And he found out one of the people calling him that was distributing child porn. Or working with someone who was. It makes me think, who are you? Whoever put that video there, who are you? Making me suffer for your crime? Putting all this horrible weight on me? And to some extent, it brought up my current relationship with Dance Girl. That, I mean, if it exists, obviously. Okay, like I said, I don't believe it does, but it might. I don't know. But it made me think about, how does she treat me now? She still leaves clothes in my yard. You know, what's up with that? Is that still coercive? Like, am I being coerced here? And I only accept it because I feel guilty, or because I just forgive it, I just make excuses for her, that she has moral injury. I mean, that's ultimately what I've done. I've said she has moral injury, so that's why she positions herself as a supremacist and only talks at me by leaving her clothes in the yard instead of just talking to me directly. And if that was her on Wilford Street, that would be why she wore a disguise and stood across the street, as a way of blaming me, or as a way of saying that she felt really bad that she couldn't look at me, just like in the fuck shack, that she couldn't look at me, or if she did, she had to do it from secret, that she couldn't look at me looking at her, that she couldn't face me. And then there was this girl with a bike and a pink lock at Food Basics And I said, thank God if she's saying, sorry for the shack. And I'll meet you just going out for a walk now. I'll walk right by you. I'll say hi to you on the street. That would be wonderful. It won't take long. I already don't think she's going to. But I'm scared too. I'm scared to find out. But ultimately, I'm concerned about having a fucking soul. I don't want to be dead inside. I don't want to feel like a fucking pedophile. And feel like no one's ever going to love me. You know, and then you have to worry about people killing you too. And then you have to worry about blaming yourself and feeling like, oh, they must be right and I deserve it. You have your whole life ruined. Your whole life is destroyed and you even hate yourself. It's too much. I at least want to feel clean inside. Even if everyone hates me, everyone thinks that I'm guilty and dangerous and to be avoided and to be shunned, and I at least want to love myself. I at least want to say these people are fools, and I don't want it to just be lip service. And people who are really tough, they say, we're going to really get you. I want to say, well, go ahead. And I'm not being dangerous here, like playing with my own life. Like, go ahead, I don't care, I'm not afraid of danger. I am afraid of danger. I'm very afraid of danger. But I don't want a threat to make me hate myself. I don't want the coercion, the intimidation, the reinforcement of being name called to make me believe it. I want it to be ironic. When I get woken up tomorrow by whoever, I want to think how ironic it is. I want to think that's hilarious. That if you're choosing to do that, if that's your choice, because you're punishing me, because you think I'm a bad person, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. That if you were self-aware, you would be so embarrassed. And the fact that you're not is ironic karma. That your harassment has nothing to do with me. I don't even know you. But it says a lot about you. That's what I want to be able to say. And I don't want to just say it because I'm trying to feel better. I want to actually feel it. Like, this has nothing to do with me. I want to know that I can still have a life. I mean, I think I'm being pretty forgiving here. That I'm a fucking TI. You know, that the whole neighborhood can watch me have a shower. And like, and I could be cool with that. Like, I could be like, if you're a gang stalker, I don't judge you. That's cool. Like, I think that's pretty fucking, like, that's pretty fucking big to go through something like that. To feel like these same people would have been contributing to my death had I died, had I killed myself. These people would have been culpable. And now that I figured it out, I'm like, that's cool. That's like, that's doing my part to make sure that I'm a good person who's receptive to love and to friendship and to community. That's like me being like truly part of a community. Like, I wish that you could understand what you would have to go through if you're a gang stalker and you're not a targeted individual as well, to go through that and then to not be angry about it. I wish you could understand what that would be like. Like something that almost killed you. And to forgive the people who almost killed you and say, it's totally cool. I realize that you're not one of the bad ones. That you're just following orders. But had I not understood the difference, it would have been the same as if you were one of the bad ones, because I had no way of differentiating. But yeah, I mean, yeah, like pretty much everyone I know is a gang stalker. And so, like, most of my friends are gang stalkers. And I don't discriminate. I'm not like, oh, you're a gang stalker. I'm just like, you're just my friend. Like, I understand that. I understand that I'm not a TI to them either, that I'm their friend. That they don't look down on me, that they don't say, oh, you're just, like, they're not like racist against me, as if it was like equivalent of a TI being a different race. I know that they don't actually see me like that. And it's difficult more like when you meet someone new and you're like, okay, I can't even bond with you. But when you've been bonded with someone for like 15 years or like 20 years or something, and then you find out they're a gang stalker and they've always been a gang stalker, then it's different. Then you're like, well, you're my friend. I don't care that you're a gang stalker. And then you understand, you see the ambiguous guilt they had over things, and you say, oh yeah, I get it. Now I know. I know what you meant back then when you told me you had lost your soul. I get it now. But you haven't lost your soul, okay? I've been fucking uppercutted in the nose. I've been poked in the eye. I've been all sorts of fucked up shit. And then the final barrier is like just equality. Yeah, farting is fun. But not that fun, okay? I'm not that into it. I'm not in the mood for it right now. Oh, but it's difficult when you've been condemning yourself for years at a time to suddenly stop. You forget who you were before. I feel bad for kids who get really traumatized because they don't even have a reference. They just get stuck in that forever. I'm not sure I'm even stuck forever. I don't think so. I think eating fruit is very necessary to get over this. I've always said when I'm not on fruit, I don't know how to think clearly. I understand things way differently when I'm on fruit. Everything changed. I can't even, I wish I could fucking tell you this. I wish you could understand. For example, things that you'd never even imagine, but opposite how it was in The Matrix. Do you remember how, when Neo is driving, looking out the window, he says, I used to get Chinese food at that place. But he sees it completely differently then. When I would go to Walmart, I would see Walmart completely differently. After I got traumatized, Walmart felt completely different then. Whereas before, when I went to Walmart, it was like Score Mart. Like, I got paintballs from Walmart. I shot the school across the street from us with paintballs. They had the police out there the next day in some unmarked car. I mean, it was really special to me. It was like sentimental. I loved Walmart. I called it Score Mart. My friend Mark was with me. We were shooting paintballs with slingshots off our roof. And I said, what would you do if I cut your ponytail off? Mark was really good looking. He got married to his girlfriend when he was 18. They ran away and they eloped. They didn't tell anyone. And his girlfriend's dad is Carl Beam, a famous artist. He has artwork in some heritage place downtown Kitchener. Right by that Waterloo, right by 99 Regina Street. There's like some, right by Rim Park, or not Rim Park, Rim Swimming Center or something. Well, maybe it's not really there. There's some place with wine barrels. And there's like this mall, this outlet mall. It's like past the hospital. But anyway, it's like this heritage museum of art, and he has his art in there. And he's like a famous native Indian painter. And her mom was writing children's books and was native Indian, but she looked white. And she would just start dancing in public. And she was a real character. And Mark said, we wouldn't be friends anymore. I said, would you kick my ass? He said, no, but I would never be your friend again. I thought, wow, over just hair? Just over ponytail? I wasn't going to cut his ponytail off, but I just wanted to know. He spoke Ojibwe. He learned Ojibwe. Just because that's the kind of guy he is. He's like, yeah, my wife speaks Ojibwe, I will too. And then he said to me once, we were playing Would You Rather? Would you rather watch porn with your parents or watch porn with your parents in it? He said, would you rather be falsely accused of being a pedophile or would you rather actually be a pedophile? I said I'd rather be falsely accused. What about you? He said, I'd rather actually be a pedophile. As much of a joke as it is, it's no joke. When you don't value your own life either, it's especially a joke. When you think you deserve it, it's especially a joke. That your life doesn't matter, so any harm that comes to you doesn't matter. Social, psychological, physical, it's all irrelevant. You're just a waste of space anyway. It's just a bullfight watching you die. You're beneath even an animal. It's irrelevant. And you believe it too, of course. You know too. You're Winston in 1984. And as they pull your teeth out, you ought to be thanking them for the moral reprimanding they're giving you to teach you some sense finally. I saw this video tonight of Tooapree. The guy's name is Tooapree, like Tooapree. And he had a fitness channel for a while and it sucked. But he went back to doing First Amendment audits, which is just like a comedy show for him. It's not the same as a normal First Amendment. Or, I don't know really what it's called, but he just films in public and then he has people threaten him and call the police on him. And then he documents how the police know the rights or the laws. Because he knows the laws. And sometimes they just blatantly lie. But it's a comedy channel foremost. And in tonight's video that I watched, this guy hits the camera out of his face and then he sprays him with pepper spray. Tooapree sprays the guy who hits the camera. And then the guy is really angry and he's going, "You're going to surrender to me. You have to surrender to me. You have to give me money. You didn't have the right to do that. I was just coming over to talk to you." And he doesn't even remember at this time that he hit the camera out of his face. And so he calls the police and he's like, just like really angry and like a psychopath. But you could see that he's not even aware of the fact that he had just assaulted Tooapree. But he's truly not aware. Like, he's not lying. He really doesn't remember that right before he got pepper sprayed, that's what he had done. And then the video, it doesn't give any resolution. It's just the police come and they put Tooapree in handcuffs for a moment. I'm pretty sure Tooapree is gang stalked because they have the horns constantly beeping and then but I don't think he got charged. I don't know if he charged the other guy. But the other guy was really upset. He was like, he was crying almost. He was really, really upset. And he was saying, "You coward, you can't fight me." Tooapree could have knocked him out easily. And he kept saying, "Just keep your distance. Just stay away from me. Call the police. Just call the police." And the guy picks up a chair and starts running at him with a chair. I was like, yeah, I get it. It validated me. I think people them. They're like, I know what it's like to deal with a fucking insane psycho, an insane psychopath who can pass a lie detector test. Yeah, I know. Someone who believes their own lies. Yeah, I know what it's like to deal with a psychopath who believes their own lies. Yeah, it's pretty horrifying. A literal insane psychopath. Yeah, I know, it's pretty horrifying. Anyway, I gotta make yellow. So we just had a Honda drive by. Couldn't see what color it is, but I don't think it matters too much. The important thing is that I'm being, as I said I would. I'm sober, and I will probably keep getting sober for a week or two before I go out for walks. And then we'll see then if Dance Girl shows up. And this way I can say I haven't cheated on you and I haven't fucked off on drugs. I'm a sober, present guy. So now this is the real me you're rejecting now. If this is who you reject, this is who you're rejecting. And then I can say in clear terms, this is what I need from you. If you talk to me like a normal person, I can say hi to you. If you walk by me on the street, I can say hi to you. If you hide in the corner wearing a hood or something like the fuck shack, I can't promise that I'd talk to you. Maybe I can refine that as it comes closer to going out for a walk. But that's pretty much the gist of it. And I'm already healing, I'm already talking to the general audience. I'm already regaining my life. I'm already not doing this for Dance Girl. And this has been very difficult. Extremely difficult. But it's for the better. It's different this time. So I'm happy we talked about everything. I might have to go to bed soon. Maybe I'll turn the light down. Alexa, second light black.
Okay.
So today I drank about 6.5 bottles of water. So what is that? 4.5. About 5 liters of water I drank today. And I ate 20 apples. I've eaten 40 apples in the last 2 days. So drinking water is again the hardest part. It's really hard when you space it out. You could chug it, but it's to space it out. It's, you forget. You just don't feel like it. You get lazy. A million things happen. My first and foremost goal is God. And of course, you can't be close to God if you think you're a sinner. If you condemn yourself. I know, Osho says only sinners are allowed where he is. But he also says that you can't be enlightened if you condemn yourself and feel guilty. I don't know how to make sense of those contradictions. But I love my new shoes. Oh, are they ever good? Yeah, barefoot shoes are the best. I actually like them so much. I mean, I love my Vibrams, but my new shoes, which are drying right now, I had to wash them because I stepped in cat shit. They're like barefoot, so they leave enough room for your feet. They're so good. They're heavier, but they're so good. I just love them so much. I can't wait to try them with my new socks. I almost should have got blue socks. Those were a really good color, blue and pink, and purple. But I got gray and black or gray and white. I can't remember. I wouldn't get white, but the gray ones I like, and the black ones I like too. But I already have black socks, but they're Champion. I don't like Champion socks. I mean, my two brands of socks are Champion and Tommy Hilfiger. And it's been like that for years. And then came along Drymax, and then I said, what the fuck is this? It's polypropylene, aka olefin, aka plastic. Once I had my first socks made out of plastic, I knew that plastic socks are the right way. So my goal is to get back to that night right before I jacked off to that sweater. Well, it wasn't really that night. It was once the punishment came. Then I felt really bad. I'd felt bad before then, but I'd never lost my soul. I never had moral injury about it. I'd felt attacked at that point. I had a bit of moral injury, like I had done something wrong. But I thought, no, I haven't. I didn't understand I was being made to think I had done something wrong. I was too trusting. I was like a child. I was really literally like a child. Oh, people would love to get their hands on you. You're a big man child. Oh, there's people who'd love to get their hands on you. all the ways they can manipulate you and hurt you. I had no idea. I literally couldn't even perceive it. The worst was when I became impressed by it. I would even brag sometimes about it. That I would write a review at a certain place and I'd say, everywhere I go, I'm being followed. Do you know that? In the back of my head, I would say, do you know how important I am that I'm being followed? And I'm really important, you know? Not knowing the people at that place already know and they're poisoning me or something. But yeah, I may have had my TLC tugger taken off while I was sleeping. I don't know. Either that or it fell down the toilet. It may have been the second time that that part was taken while I was sleeping. I could jack off now. You know, I've had a good, you know, my normal rule on jacking off is never jack off unless it's a celebration. But if you have something to figure out or something to do, like, you know, you're in the middle of a quest or even a side quest, you shouldn't jack off. You should wait till you're done your quest. And tonight I'm like, I think I just did the quest. I just literally rewound time before I got traumatized. And I'm now reinstalling my soul. And so now jacking off is different. And it matters, you know, I'll hear a motorcycle coming down Franklin Street. I'll hear it from a mile away. And I know that right when it goes by our house, it's going to go, it's going to slam on the gas and rev it up. And I'm waiting with it with nervous anticipation. And when you condemn yourself, that has something to do with it. They're saying, no, don't punish me. It's like the principle. You know you've done something bad, and to torture you even more, they don't call you to the office. They wait. They know that you're going to get called to the office eventually. So they make you wait. And they go, a special announcement. We're calling all volunteers to go to a meeting tonight. And then they do a special announcement. We're calling you to come to the office. Like they tease you, they psych you out a bunch of times. And they know that the whole time you're just waiting and waiting. And implicit is the accusation and the name calling and the threats, and everything is all tied up into the revving and the dog whistling. Like the tone that only you can hear. And you're just like fucking anxious about it. And I was like, once in a while, depending on where I was out of my trauma cycles, I would have these insults given to me, these threats, sometimes more obviously ironic than others. But at the particularly ironic, obvious ones, I would just pity them. Or just ignore it. But I had the power then. I could choose to laugh or ignore it. That I felt clean inside still. And so obviously, you want to get there as your sober self. You know, it's easy when you're drunk. It's easy to see the light when you're high on acid, but you can't articulate it. You might not even remember to articulate it. It might be so obvious. When you're drunk, you're so smart that it's not even obvious that you need to articulate it. You just say, yeah, I already know that. I figured that out 20 minutes ago on my 4th beer without even thinking about it. It got me to such a state that it's clearly obvious. But if I had to articulate it, I don't even know why I feel so much better. It's just that when I'm drunk, the things that don't matter, I let them slide. I forget about the things that don't matter. I don't carry that weight. But then you get sober, you go from your cosmic self back to your robot self. And then all those things, they do start to matter again. All your petty, idiotic concerns, they do actually matter then. And then you have to articulate them. You have to actually do cognitive behavioral therapy. And so, the point of, there's a certain, not a meditative continuity, which I miss that. I've had that somewhat sometimes. I feel it when I talk to certain people. But there's a psychological continuity that once you get sober, you work things out, you reason things out, what happened. And then you don't have to do it again. Then you can move on. And I know it sounds kind of contradictory, like, well, so you understand when you're sober, you understand when you're drunk. So what's the difference then? There's an in-between phase. That's when you're retarded. When you're rip-roaring drunk, you're a genius. But when you're just kind of in a malaise of eating junk food and cranking your pecker all the time and you're running on empty, and that's your normal trend, then you kind of decline into a retard. And that's where things get unclear. And if you live there, then you're really prone to being misled and gaslighting yourself and mimicking narcissism. I'm happy I quit weed though. I'm happy I made it to day 5 of not jacking. Tomorrow will be day 6, plus day 3 of raw food, I mean. I don't know what time it is. Oh god, it's 2 in the morning. That sucks. Alexa, second light off.
Okay.
Well, I need to start winding down for bed. You know, it's too late. What time did I wake up this morning? At 10 in the morning. And then when did I have a nap? I can't remember if I had a nap. I don't think I did. And that sucks. Oh, today was horrible. It was one of the worst days of my life. I felt so ugly, so useless. Kind of angry too. I didn't make a video even. I thought, don't even make one tonight. It doesn't matter. You got nothing to talk about. It's irrelevant. No one cares about you. Most of all, you. You don't care about yourself either. Anything you say is just entertainment. And just hack. Just sludge. It humiliates you to even try. Listening to Madeline Keys. Her cover of Paradise Circus is my favorite. What I miss most is having hope. Or having trust. Trusting people, I miss that most. Trusting myself too. I lost a lot with Rave Girl too, you know. I probably traumatized Rave Girl. Perhaps as much as she traumatized me. Which, contrary to popular belief, is not cool. Well, not that I care what happened to her. But what happened to me? The girl who sings this, Sharon Nelson, she got accused of stalking and being psycho. The original singer for this Massive Attack Paradise Circus song. I recognized her type of crazy. Well, tonight was eventful, wasn't it? I'm glad you enjoyed. I'm happy you're here. Well, I would just be devastated without these live streams. I've always wanted to be a cult leader. And now I finally am. Thanks to you. Well, you know, really, I actually just wanted to have friends. You know what? I spent my money on socks. And I know what you're thinking. You mean you didn't take it to the strip club? What if you had already been definitively dumped? Even then, you'd spend it on socks instead of the strip club? I got $90 in cash today. Yeah. I thought, yeah. Well, I really hated myself today. And then I got over it. I was just wanting to do my whole porn stuff. And I said, don't do that. I know you're not going to listen to me. I'm just going to tell you. I know I have no power here, and you're going to do whatever you want anyway. But let me just put my point out there. That you're going to regret it later. And I guarantee you're not going to regret it when you don't do it. When you don't do it, you're going to say, oh, I'm so glad I didn't do it. And your point is that your life sucks so much that you should just die anyway. So who gives a fuck? But you're going to learn something new later on that you could only learn if you have the intelligence that you get by not jacking it. And even if you don't jack it, but you just watch porn, you're going to spike your dopamine, and that's going to decrease your intelligence. And you're going to learn something that's going to change your situation. And that's why not to do it. And I know you're going to say, well, who are you, Nostradamus? You don't know that. And I would say, but it's the trend. That is how it works. You're going to get to some milestone and you're going to say, I only got here because I didn't do that. And then you're going to have an attitude change. And then life is going to be different. Even though the world is the same, you're going to be different. The same world is going to look completely different to you. And you're the magician who makes the grass green. And so what happened? Well, I just was planning on it, and I made some conversation with my mom. I said, "How's your sugar fasting going?" She said, "It's not, it's difficult." I said, "Me too. I'm in a mood. I am in such a cranky mood. I'm so angry. I'm so upset. I want to have ice cream. I want to have a greasy burger and fucking Coca-Cola, and I don't give a fuck about anything right now." And I did some retail therapy. I was like, I took care of my debts. I owed my mom some money, which it was too long. I owed her like things from like a month ago almost. And I felt really bad. I just left it go for so long. I never leave it go indefinitely, but I mean, it was just a long time. And so I said, I need you to order me something on Amazon, and therefore I have to pay the debts first before I ask for another order. So I'll pay you now, and then I'll pay you again right away now for the second order. And I got these socks, these olefin socks, and I'm sitting in my room. My feet are all sweaty and cold, and I can't keep them warm. I have to have a shower just to warm up my feet. Fucking putting on every sock I wear feels damp from the day before. It's coated in sweat. So I'm like angrily, sheepishly saying, Can you order me these socks? I'll give you the money. I know they're not cotton. I know I'm broke. I know it's a bad decision when you have $60 left for the rest of the month to spend $40 on socks. I know that's not like a good idea. But right now, especially, I called every Value Village. I said, finally I went to the one on Hespler Road. I called them. I said, if you don't have them here, I already called the other ones. This is the location. I found the Drymax socks. And it was really weird. She said, I'll have a look for them. And it sounded like she didn't know what they were. And then she came back and she said, it's so weird. We have every other brand of sock, but we don't have those ones. And I said, do you normally have them? And she said, I think she said, yeah. I know it sounds like I'm like not really recounting the story very accurately, but there was some weird way she answered that I couldn't quite. I got the gist that she was saying suddenly, yeah, we normally have them, but now today we don't have them. I was like, should I come back later? But they're $7.99 for a pair. And the socks that I got are only $10.39 or something for a pair. I was like, it's only $3 difference. And the Drymax are like 75% olefin. And the ones I got are like 65% olefin. So it's close enough. And the ones that I got, there's lots of people who say they're worth the money. You're going to pay, we understand these are really expensive. One person said, I have 16 million steps in these socks. If you've never had really good socks before, you have no idea what you're missing. This is non-negotiable. You really need good socks. And I'm like, yeah, I'm feeling like jacking off and like getting euthanized. And my feet are fucking cold. I'm like, I gotta go have a shower just to warm my feet up. You know what's gonna help me is some good socks. And then I'm having these fantasies, these horrible fantasies that, you're gonna go out and dance school's gonna not even be there. You're gonna have people harassing you. Your life is a fucking garbage. And when you're at rock bottom, you're not going to even think once that you have olefin socks. There's never going to be a time where your life sucks and you go, well, at least I have these olefin socks. And the fact that you think that is like fucking insane. Okay, these socks are not going to save you. And I was like, yes, they are. Yes, they are. Okay, fuck you. I need these socks, and they're going to save my life. And so I went downstairs, and I was sheepishly like, can you order me these socks? I know it's ridiculous. Well, you know how when you buy something too expensive, you don't want to tell your mom. Okay, well, I think we all understand that. They go, how much did you pay for that? You go, I don't want to tell you. No, seriously, I don't want to tell you how much I paid for it. Okay? I know you're going to say this is impulse buy. You're going to say you shouldn't spend that much money. I know I had to have it, though. I know I'm not rich, but I had to have it. Okay, it makes the hat I'm wearing right now, it costs $50. I didn't have that money, but I had to buy that hat. And I'm not like bragging here. I'm not like I'm so rich. I mean, I was like, this hat must be mine. I will literally stop eating for a week, but I need that hat. I'm not being ostentatious. I need that hat. Okay, I'll do whatever I have to. I will live in poverty, but that hat must be mine. Because my life is not complete and not good until I have that hat. Sorry, but it's the truth. Well, today, I didn't even feel it. I was like, I I don't even think these socks are going to help me. But in the back of my mind, I'm going, what else are you going to do? Go to the strip club? I'm like, yeah, just buy the socks and then just jack off to porn instead. I was like, fuck, just buy the socks. You got to get the socks. I couldn't justify it because they were $40 for 3 pairs. But then I found the other cut, and it was like a crew cut. And they were cheaper. They were $32 for 3 pairs. I said, oh, okay, that's affordable. I could do that. And you get them in gray and black and blue and green. Like blue and green as one sock. I was like, yeah, go through it. Your mom's going to know how much you're spending on these. Just go through it. I was like, she's like, do you want me to order these ones? I'm like, yeah, I think. Yeah, okay, yeah, I think those are the ones, if you say so. She's like, I don't know, like, do you want me to order it or not? I'm like, I guess if you want me to really bad, I will. Well, I guess. Yeah, I guess you should. She's like, are those the colors you want? I'm like, I don't know, have you seen the black? Or like the purple and blue? She was like, well, it's good to have different colors. And then what's the other alternative? Black and gray and white. Well, if you wear white socks, you're probably, some kind of credent. So, so I got the black and gray and blue. And I'm like, that's great. Those are really good colors. I wanted the pink and blue and purple too. But I'm not wearing those with my ninja pants. Okay, I'm not wearing baby blue, purple, pink socks with my ninja pants. Okay, for those who need gray, I'm focusing on what kind of colors I have for my pants, for my clothing. I'm not that creative. I'm not that flamboyant. Maybe I am. Maybe I regret it. I wondered that. I thought you should have actually got those other colors. Yeah, you got all 3 the same. But anyways, so then I just go up to my room. I'm kind of happy. I have a bit of conversation. I say, not eating sugar. It's really fucking depressing me. I'm feeling so upset that I start playing some video games for like an hour or something, which I love. Okay, I don't play video games passively. It's like watching your favorite movie. It's like watching The Shawshank Redemption for the first time. Or Gladiator, or some movie that really sticks with you. Okay, this game, Cyberpunk Bomb Rush, it's like a movie. Okay, I'm into it. Okay, I normally never listen to volume. I only listen to music while I play video games. I don't care the storyline. Every cutscene I skip. I have no idea the storyline. This game, I'm all in. I'm like, what will happen? What's going on with Cyber DJ? DJ Cyber, he's really bad. Okay, who's in my crew now? How do I get these 6 scores? But I'm feeling like self-condemning, self-hating. I'm not even enjoying my fucking video game. Just coasting by, grinding by, white-knuckling by, wanting so bad to put on porn. And I'm thinking, yeah, just do it. I don't care. Hey, remember when you had that big speech about how you're going to get to the next level? Well, who gives a fuck? I don't care. I'm your real boss. And I say do it. And, I'm like, okay. But then I just forget. I literally forget. I get caught up in the game. And caught up in my own sadness. Caught up in not being able to enjoy music and how shitty it is. There's nothing I enjoy. And I'm telling ChatGPT about it, and it's not giving me anything. It's saying, yeah, it's tough, isn't it? What can you do? It's the price you gotta pay. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, like instantly, I feel better. I just suddenly feel better. Just from suffering so much. Just because that's how it works. You suffer a whole bunch, then you feel better after. You paid your quota, you paid your price. Somehow your body has a homeostasis or something, or a balance. You go too far in one direction, and it balances out for you. Then I feel good, and then I go, oh, I don't want to jack off now. I don't want to watch porn now. Now I'm actually excited that I am getting these new socks. This is great. Now these socks, if they get a hole in them in the first year, they replace them for you for free. You don't have to buy a warranty or anything. They're padded too. They have medium padding. Anti-blister. Anti-moisture. And then suddenly I'm just in a good mood. I say, what is this? Is this the fruit? Is this the water? Why do I feel good suddenly? Is it hope? Am I living in a fiction? I say, okay, well, I'm getting super hot now. My ambitions will come true. That's why I'm happy. I'm putting my hope into the future. I'm evading the present moment with yet again another illusion, only to later on be disappointed and heartbroken and devastated and furious. And then suddenly I felt like the coolest guy. I felt like, you are so awesome. You're like so fucking awesome. You have no idea how awesome you are. I was like, yeah, thanks. I needed that. I was like, you're not going to jack off. You're going to get super hot. You're going to get super hot. I was like, yeah, you know what? If I could stay being this version of myself all the time, I could. But as it turns out, I'm a different person every 20 minutes. And, then I was like, well, remember the consistency you feel with fruit. It takes a little while. You got to get the knack of it. But ultimately, when your friend Nathan asked you why you're quitting weed, the answer you told him, to which he responded, I'm sorry to hear that, was, I want stability. I'm tired of going to heaven and getting kicked out. I want to enter through the front door. I don't want to enter the palace through the window like a thief. Now I'm getting tired for real. It was a good sign. My feet are all warm. Your mind has a lot to do with your physiology. I've long said that sneezing is for babies. If you ever sneeze, there's probably something wrong with you, like mentally. And, because if you were actually not fucked up, you'd have the ability to choose not to sneeze. And I know how fucked up that sounds. It's along the lines of saying you choose how you look. You grow your own bones the way you choose to. Or your feet are not sweating right now because of your mindset. Like Osho had this one professor who was in love with one of the students. And he had seen them together while he was sitting in a tree in the park late at night. And the professor gave this student a much better winning status in a debate in an auditorium. And Osho yelled at the guy, "Stand up!" after confronting him, that I know that you are in love with this girl because I've seen you with her. And that's why you're saying that she's won the debate. And Osho had won first place in every debate he had ever been in. And he clearly knew that this girl didn't win. And he screamed, "Stand up," at the guy after confronting him like this. And he instantly jumped out of his chair to stand up. And he said, "Explain to everyone why you're sweating. Explain to these hundreds of people why you're sweating." Or something like, "Why you're blushing," or something. But it works like that. Like if you're carrying stress, you might have cold feet, which might be the reason why I got these olefin socks to begin with, because I haven't had my soul reinstalled. And now my mom is right. She's like, if you weren't mentally fucked up, you wouldn't need olefin. You could just use cotton. Yeah, maybe she's right. But guess what? I have really warm feet right now. I have very, very enjoyably warm feet. Toasty warm. Sensibly warm. Audibly warm. I can hear the heat on my feet. Visibly warm. Tactilely warm. I'm really enjoying. But guess what? Guess what my Vibram shoes are made out of? Nylon. That's not cotton. I don't know what nylon is made out of, but to me it seems like plastic. I'll bet it's plasticky. And I got these nylon pieces of tape holding my shoes together. Like made for tent repairs. Oh yeah, I'm sure that these shoes are made out of nylon. Polyester or something plasticky. Oh, I'm a fan of plastic socks. I can't wait. We're getting them delivered tomorrow. I can't wait. And then you want to know what else I'm getting? A fucking wireless charger. I'm going to get a wireless charger for my hacked phone. For my hacked, vandalized phone. I wore Dance Girl's shirt the other night. I thought maybe that's when my TLC Tugger part got stolen. And when my phone got damaged. I don't know. It went right over my head. I was like, you don't even know that. And if it happened, so what? And what are you going to do about it? You could use the voice of your bully. They're like, and what are you going to do about it? You could ask yourself the very same question. What am I going to do about it? Well, there's really nothing I can do. You could try to have them arrested if you think it's them who are handling you. If you have any dirt on them. But even then, I wasn't thinking it was Dance Girl. But I mean, ultimately, you can't really do anything. That was kind of the point I came to. You got teams of people doing this. But you got further to go. So don't just stop here. You know, you stopped here for a while. Lost your soul. Why did you lose your soul? Well, the meaning I like to make is that I had to figure out how to understand my enemies and my friends, and including friends who have lost their souls too. I never actually lost my soul, I just apparently lost it. I mean, it's the same thing, really. Like Lucifer says, the door to hell is unlocked. You can always leave anytime you want. You turn your back on your own soul because you think you don't deserve it. But it's still there. So, well, fucking... Some people get tricked into turning their back on it. And so I'm glad I understand those people too. Otherwise, there's no fucking point of it. It was just a waste of time. It was just horrifying. But I think it gives me depth. I mean, if you were to have a friend who's been through hell and heaven, they would be a richer friend than a friend who's only been through one or the other. That sort of depth I enjoy in people. I enjoy people with that kind of depth. Like Jack Nicholson in As Good As It Gets. The fact that I recognize that you're the best person in the world. No one else sees it, but I see it. And it makes me feel like a good person, that I know. That I'm the only one who knows. So, yeah, I mean, I would like black socks, but all my socks are already black. So I'm not really that excited about those. And I got 3 different colors. Instead of, I almost got all black. I could have got all gray too, I think. But I got dark blue with kind of a neon green. I wasn't too into those, but I had a feeling I'd actually really like them. They're definitely masculine colors. A younger me would have gotten something effeminate. But I was also I was also into Bukkake back then. But anyways, I never thought those were related, but maybe they were. Maybe they are. One thing I never understood is people who get an earring in their right ear or their left ear. I forget which one means what, but it means that you're heterosexual if you have an earring in a certain ear. I always thought that's really, really gay. Like, telling people that you're not gay is extremely gay. Just in case you didn't know, I'm not gay. Are you gay? Yeah, right. I bet you're faking it. Prove it. If you're not gay, then prove it. I can tell if you like it. If you like it, I can tell. So just prove it. No, seriously. Just prove it. Why would you say you're not gay? Well, if you're not gay, you can prove it. I'll obviously know if you like it. So just prove it right now. What's wrong with you? Why would you say that? Just prove it. Yeah, I'll believe you once you prove it. Well, if you're not gay, then you won't like it. Yeah, exactly. If you're not gay, then you won't like it, and it doesn't even count. So just prove it, because I'll know. Because I'm gay, and I'll know. It's not even real if you don't like it. Then it's just two guys having fun. What's your problem? Why are you lying? I'm so tired now. I wish I made my bed. I flossed my teeth today. I brushed my teeth. I have really good oral hygiene. I'm really not looking forward to tomorrow. At least until tomorrow night. I usually have a better night than I do a day. But today was just so horrible. I can't even tell you how bad it was. Oh, I just want to cry about it. I'm in a bit of danger now of jacking off. I'm not even horny. But I think, oh, I've got a lot done tonight. My mind is, afterwards, I'm going to say, you just did an elaborate trick just to make yourself jack off. You went over some old hat stuff that you've been through 1,000 times. You made it look new again. And now you're just going to use that as an excuse to jack off. Or you got your soul back a couple weeks ago. Tonight you reinstalled it. You did some touch-up work. You downloaded some add-ons. You took some clutter out. You went from Explorer to Chrome. And now you don't want to jack it for a different reason. You got better. That sex without love is perverted, and jacking it is sex without love, and it's bondage. Well, who cares if it's perverted? It's a victimless crime. You're the victim. It's bondage. It's keeping you stuck. It's keeping you mediocre. And don't do it. That's why not to do it. Yeah. Well, looks like I'm getting to day 6. I'm so fucking tired. I didn't make that much brown tonight. It was weird. Last night I was making brown all night. Tonight, Travis and I used to call it making brown. Tonight, Travis was so vulgar. Tonight, well, it doesn't really matter, but Anyway, I hope I sleep through the night. I think I will. I'll get a good night's sleep. My sleep should be better tonight than it was last night. 2 until 10. I got like 8 hours sleep last night. I think that's pretty good. 5 liters of water. Perfect. 1,200 calories. Perfect. 90% carbs, 5% fat, 5% protein. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Couldn't have done it better. Yeah. Let's hope I feel better tomorrow. Well, I got tears coming down my face. I'm not emotional. I don't know why they're just there. Okay, I need to go to bed. Thanks for watching.